Alright, how's it going? Hey, Gimme Onion. Thank you for joining. Great to see you. Yes, I believe, if nothing goes terribly wrong, tonight is the grand finale of Alundra. And I have to get up for a second. I forgot to do one thing before I started. I'll be right back. But we're getting started in just a second. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, so how is it going, everyone? I am very excited to be very close to finishing Alundra. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Like, Alundra has really grabbed me. I don't remember the last time I've been so, like, enthralled by a game, actually. It surprised me. I wasn't sure which way Alundra was gonna go, to be honest. Especially around like the midpoint of the game. The reptile lair. The reptile lair was kind of like a very low point. But after that debris settled, after that dust cleared, it started getting really, really good again. And yeah, I absolutely love the story, and I can't wait to see how it ends. So I think I'm just gonna jump into it. Hey, let me know how the audio is if you can't hear the game. I was actually watching an old VOD, and I realized that I like could barely hear the game. So yeah, let me know if the game needs to be louder. All right, continue. Perhaps the very final time I have the option of screwing up and choosing start, and then needing to get up and reset my PlayStation. I did it right. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a great week. Had a great Wednesday and all that. If your conviction is not firm, however, leave this sacred place at once. My conviction is extra firm tonight. Alright, we're almost at 49 hours. 48 and 39 minutes. So, by far this has been the longest game I've played on stream. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I was not playing Alundra. A long time since I started it. The game that I played before Alundra was 3D Dot Game Heroes. And that does feel like a long time ago. Whoa, what's going on with my money? Oh, I never noticed that before. Like, when you load in a save, the money, like, ramps up from 0. Interesting. Okay, so where I left off last time on Monday night was in, like, the middle of the final dungeon. So we got plenty of time tonight. I really think tonight's gonna be the finale, but, you know, I have been wrong about that on several occasions. I try not to predict when the finale is going to be, but I don't know. We're already a good ways into this final dungeon, so I feel confident about it. I love these T-Rex statues. They're really good. It's a very good touch. Lake Shrine Interior. So, what is going on with this dungeon so far is there are these 6 torches, beacons, whatever you want to call them. They're not on fire, it's like magic energy. And I think there's like 6 rooms maybe that we need to go to and like put out the beacons, or something like that. Time was frozen at the start of this, but I've unfrozen time, so now I guess I need to see what's going on with time unfrozen. And we hey Odrios, welcome in. Oh boy, indeed. Have fun with this dungeon. Yeah, I started it on Monday night, and we at least unfroze time. And that was fun. And now I'm figuring out what to do with the unfrozen time. That's the next thing on my plate here. But how are you doing, Odrios? Thanks for joining. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, I feel pretty strongly that tonight is gonna be the finale for Alundra. It has a lot of back and forth. Yeah, I think it already has had quite a bit of back and forth. Even just like the first thing in it, like the unfreezing the time. So now I think what I'm trying to do right now is just go back to the places that I haven't been yet with time unfrozen. And it's probably going to take me a minute to remember what was happening. How can I make some stairs with these? Just need to get these barrels like off. Just have one of them be like 1 pixel off from the other one. No. Oh no, I can't grab it. Well, we're going back. We're going back and trying again. Ugh. So off stream, I have been playing through Resident Evil 2 over the past week. And I let my kids watch me play it, which I think is fine for the most part. But apparently they told my wife today that they wanted to be Resident Evil characters for Halloween. And she told me congratulations. And I think my 6-year-old decided who was going to be what character. He wanted my wife to be Claire. He wanted to be Leon. He wanted my 3-year-old to be a liquor, and he wanted me to be Mr. X. I think it would be an amazing family costume theme. I don't know if my wife is really on board with it, but I'm gonna support it until I can't. Finally, we got there. Oh yeah, there's this. What does this do? Huh, it makes them bounce. What the heck? What does that even... What does that mean? I noticed this on the first time I was in this room. Oh, wait a minute. Does it... Oh, look at that. I see how this works. Oh, I need the barrels. I probably need both of the barrels. Come on, are we really almost dead already? That sucks. I just want the alarm to stop. I feel like I had plenty of health. I just want the alarm to stop. Man, it has been a long time since I last played original RE2. And it's one of my favorite games ever. But man, it just feels so good to go back to it after not playing it for so long. I finished Leon's campaign, and I'm starting the Claire B scenario. That was always my favorite my favorite of the stories is to do like Leon A and then Claire B. It's just because I like Claire's story more in general, and also the B scenarios for both of them I think are better than the A scenarios. Okay, I'm just using lots of health. I should really kill that imp thing before I try to go forward, shouldn't I? There we go. Oh, I had a golden opportunity and failed somehow. There we go. Okay, I think I need to be holding this. Come on. I just need to get the timing right, maybe? No! No! Huh. This was a lot easier when time was frozen. I'm using two hands, one on up and one on down. I think it helps me with timing. Could be imagining it though. No, no! It sure feels easier. Ooh, that was close. There's like no time to actually do anything here. Oh my god. Am I just like... Oh, it's not hurting me anymore. Well, that's good. This is like not even the thing to do here. I need to get onto that. I need to get onto that elevator. Can I do that? That worked. That worked. Okay. Here's a switch we need to step on. That's good. I wasn't sure if there was going to be anything here for me when I finally got up here. Wait, what's the purpose of this? It's just a pretty view. I see that I can like jump down. Oh. Okay. All right, here we are. We're on the roof. So I looked up what you have to do to get the Legend Sword, because especially like after I got the Holy Sword and realized that the Legend Sword was stronger than that, I was just very curious, and you know, I was just using the highest rated walkthrough on GameFAQs. And that seems to be like the most complete Alundra walkthrough that there is, by the way. And the person writing that said they're not sure what it is that gets you the Legend Sword, other than they know for sure you will get it if you die a lot of times. Like if you use the retry option at least 15 times or something, that's when you can get it. What is going on with this? So I thought that was funny. It seems like pretty common it seems like it would be pretty common to use retry that many times early in the game, like at least in the US version, because the US version is harder. Okay, I have 2 keys. This is good. I'm very happy that I have 2 keys. What have we got going on here? Okay, I see maybe what I have to do. I think I have to bring this... Oh! I thought I was gonna fall down and then I'd be screwed. Okay, I think we just have to bring this thing around or something. We have to wait. It's only every other time that we make a connection. So yeah, I think I'm really in love with Alundra. I didn't know that I was gonna feel so strongly about it when I started, and even when I was like halfway through the game, because that was the honestly, I think like the lowest point of the game was the reptile lair, which is like right smack in the middle. But it got so good in the back half. It could have gone either way after the reptile lair. And I just remember like when I started playing it, I had like multiple people tell me that they liked the game but they never finished it. And I started to wonder, is it because of this reptile lair, or does the game get a lot weaker as it goes on? Okay, so we put out one of those power beacons. And there's 5 more. But no, there were definitely a couple points in Alundra where it could have gone either way for me. I mean, overall, you know, it lacks polish a little bit, and that's kind of why I think that it's known as a hidden gem more so than a like universally praised masterpiece. Ooh, Wonder Essence. Amazing. Okay, I don't think I've ever been on this platform. What's in here? Oh, I can use my other key. Hopefully I'm not wasting it. This looks like a room where I need to kill all the enemies, if I've ever seen one. Oh, killing the enemies didn't do anything. Oh, I see what this is. This is like a bomb puzzle. Maybe not. Or maybe I just didn't have the bomb in the right place. Huh, but I have to do this, have to do it twice. We need 2 bombs. That didn't work. I think the first bomb makes the second bomb explode, right? So... what else do I have? Fire wand? What? What just happened? Oh, that doesn't reach. It's like the fire wand like makes it it hits it twice, it seems. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll try doing that one more time. It looks like it might be possible. Oh, and now it hits it only once, of course. Arrows, as usual, are useless. Oh, maybe what I want to do is use the fire wand while it's in this state. There we go. I'm not sure if that was the intended solution. Like, that's something that happens a lot in this game. Is I'm not sure if the solutions I find are the ones that the developers intended, or if I'm just like abusing some of the jankiness of the game. But it's kind of fun. Either way. What does that do? What am I doing when I step on this? Oh, God. What? Man, I touched it when it was... on fire, even though I was touching it from the other side. That didn't help me. Oh, I see. This thing is like way up there. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is jump on top of this and then get on top of the higher level? Like that? Okay, what are these balloons? Why is one of them green? Ugh. Am I changing which one is green when I step on the switch? No, it's always the second one. I wish I could, like, use the ice wand to just stop these fire shooting things. Oh. Oh, there's like, this is a bed? That's weird. Okay, let me leave and come back. I need to reset. I need to reset here. So we start with the pillar there. And I can't get on top of the bed, it seems. Gonna try bringing this oh my god. That is obnoxious, how those things can hurt me. They hurt me too easily. Don't blow fire on me. Okay, I'm just seeing if pushing this on top of the switch does anything for me. Oh, it brings the balloons down. Okay, and maybe now I can shoot an arrow? Oh, I need to make all of them green, probably. They're all green. Now what? Ah, the chest came down. That's all? That's all I get? Magic elixir? I came to this room for nothing. I guess I can heal. Can I heal? That fully heals me. Okay, well, I'll take it. Sure, why not? And I hope there's gonna be a room that with a better reward than that, though. Is this the one that I already did? Yes, it sure is. Did I come in from this way or the other way? Well, I haven't done this room yet. Okay, we've got a weird shape of switches. It looks like maybe I just need to have them all stepped on? Maybe? Oh, interesting. Why did they go up? Only when this one was... Was it timed? It must be timed. So obviously I need to get this thing on here first. They just happened to all shoot up. Okay, there's a chest. Hooray. Oh my god, it's just an herb. I don't like how there's these rooms that only exist to give me, like, dinky items. Okay, I think I kind of know where I am now. I've been here before. I don't want to make that jump because there's more to explore on this side. Yeah, before I make that jump, let's make sure that I've explored everything. Is there more to see out here? Oh yeah, there's a whole nother little room. Whole nother door. That might be too loud. I'm adjusting my TV volume. Wow, that one's so easy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy there was no puzzle to solve. I just had to step on it, and that was all. That's probably going to be the only one that is so easy for me. Okay, I have opened a door. Oh, it's one of these places. Oh, this is just like, yeah, this is just like completing a loop. I don't think I need to go there. That's the place that I've already been. Okay, what about... Oh, this is a... That doesn't look like a wall. It looks like stairs or a ladder. Am I sure there's no way to climb up there? Yeah, I guess not. I guess I have to go to the other side of the whole place now. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, there is another thing though. Maybe there is more to explore over here. Before I go to the other side. I remember there was like another ledge that I could have jumped off of. A different ledge that I could jump off of. Oh no, he teleported, or he like appeared right when I was throwing that barrel. That was rude. There we go. Let's try to avoid that happening again. What? Why did that happen? I don't understand sometimes when barrels break. See, I literally threw the barrel at this, what do you even call these things? Why did it break that time? It makes no sense. I threw it at the giant spiked ball, and it doesn't break, and I just throw it into a static wall, and it breaks. What? I don't understand. Okay, I should just take these the demons all out before I continue, because they're kind of messing me up. It's not all their fault, but I could always do this the way that I did it the first time, which is probably gonna be more reliable, to be honest. Let's try that. No! Never mind, I guess it's not more reliable that way. Oof. I really don't like this act of, like, pumping up these, the spiky balls. I don't like it. Okay. Oh, that doesn't even work. That is not even the way to do it. Well, that's a bummer. Hopefully this is the last time I have to go up here, though. I feel like it might not be, because it seems like this is the only way to get to where I need to go. Wow, I'm using all of my healing resources to make this happen. No! Oh my lord. Is this even what I should be doing? I don't know. Oh no, I'm not safe here. And oh, I'm not dead though. Wow. I hate this room. Okay, there is one other thing that I could try to make this easier that I haven't tried yet, and that's stacking the barrels to get onto that platform, onto that elevator. Oh my goodness. See, why didn't it break that time? And why did it break that? I don't understand this game. Like, the engine, the underlying engine of this game has problems. That's the issue. I'm gonna be doing this all night, is just stepping on these switches over and over again. Hold on a sec, I just saw my mic was clipping a little bit. Let's lower that. Alright, let's not do this. I don't really know why the barrel didn't break that time. I'm so sick of stepping on that switch over and over again. No, my God. Ugh. Why? I have my alarm going off. I feel like I can take one more hit though. I don't know. I should probably be safe rather than sorry. Oh, it's already messed up. That's right. I need both of those barrels. How come it worked so fine for me the first time? I guess the first time I just got lucky on like the engine not working the way it was meant to. Cuz I didn't take any damage from the spikes when I was standing on a barrel the first time. That's how I was able to like do the corner jump. It's not what I wanted. Why did it break? It makes no sense. I bet I'm doing this all for nothing, too. I bet I'm gonna get to the top and I'm gonna jump down that other ledge and it's gonna bring me to some place that I've already been. That I had an easier way to get to. But I need to know for sure. Why did it break? I don't get it. I don't see why the barrel had to break there. I don't see it at all. Wait, did I have no idea if I even, like, left and came back. Ugh. And I hate how I just keep, like, going back into this door. This is, like, the worst mechanic in the game so far. Like, this, pumping up these spiky balls. I'm gonna try doing the corner jump again. I feel like the corner jump will, be better for me. Nope. It's just not timed right, I guess. I feel like I could time the corner jump better. Let's try that. Although I can't time it because I can't see what the elevator is doing. Maybe, maybe I could bring this barrel with me in case things go wrong. Okay, let's go. Nope, nope. Let's try it again. Nope. It seems like the elevator is in the same place. Like each time the elevator comes on screen, it's in the upper position. No, maybe not. And I really don't like how there's like a delay before the switch becomes available to press again. That's like really messing me up. How do I make it so that this barrel doesn't break when I throw it? How do I do that? It's gone. Oh my lord. You know, I went into the start of stream tonight just praising this game, and now even in the final dungeon, it has to turn around and do this to me, and like just grace me with one of the reasons why I say it's rough around the edges. My thumb is getting so tired from doing this. Oh my god, I finally got there. Wow. I hate that room. That might be my least favorite room in the whole game now. Okay, and so last time I jumped off over here, and I have not yet jumped off over here. And yep, it's a place I've already been. Okay, hooray. So yep, all that was for nothing. Well, I'm glad I got lucky on the first time where it really counted. Let's see, is this, no, I think I need to go this way. I think we're just running straight until we see that bean plant. Bean planter. Bean soil. Okay. So here I am. In a place. Okay, that's, oh. Do I want to go around so that I can get into that door now that this switch is pressed? That seems like it could be a thing. But how do I go around? Oh, it can be done. I think it's easily done. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's not hard. And the thing that really is kind of freaking me out here is I can't buy things from the store anymore. Like, I can't just go back to town and stock up on healing items. The store has been abandoned. Maybe she's over in the whatchamacallit. Oh, the sanctuary. Maybe the shopkeeper is in the sanctuary now. I'll need to go check on that. Damn it. This is gonna take me like a million tries too, isn't it? Just getting these barrels to make stairs. It was hard the first time. Nope. That's not stairs. Nope. That's not stairs. Oh, it's not gonna work like this, is it? This one's gotta be farther away from the wall. Yeah, like that. Oh, it's too close now because oh, no, I can jump on it. There we go. Okay, so now I can jump on that beanstalk, or that bean plant, and go in a new door that I've never been in before. That's what we're trying to do. I like when there's straightaways and I can actually make good use of the dash button. The dash mechanic is underutilized. Alright, a new place. Finally, a new place. Okay, now did I need to do something with those enemies? Did I need to like freeze them? Let's see. I forget what the ice wand actually like did mechanic-wise. There's no way for me to jump higher. Can't freeze them to jump on their heads or anything like that. Not that I know of. Maybe there's just nothing I could do here yet. Okay, there was another door, I think. Nope. Can't do anything there. Oh, but we can go outside. This looks suspicious to me. Okay, nope, that doesn't do anything. Okay, here we are in yet another room. These are all bedrooms, which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of bedrooms in this palace. Oh my god, come on. Why do I get damaged by that? It doesn't look like it's hitting me. I'm about to use my last healing resource. Oh no, I have one more magic elixir. So we're not completely done yet. Whew. No! It looked like can I make that jump? I feel like I can make that jump. Maybe not. I feel like I can make it. I feel like maybe it just needs to be pixel perfect, but I think I can make it. I hate this room. I hate this dungeon so far. This is this dungeon has a lot of issues. It wasn't so bad before we unfroze time. As soon as time got unfrozen. Oh my god. Why does it go through the floor? I'm gonna keep trying. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. I hate that I have to wait for the right moment like this. I guess if it was possible to make this jump, I should also be able to jump onto this one. So maybe I can practice that more easily. Maybe not.
You gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Hey, Bone Chuck. Welcome in. Thank you for believing and reminding me to believe here, because my belief is wearing thin with this dungeon, with this room in particular. And there's been a couple rooms in this dungeon. But thanks for joining. I hope you're having a great night. Oh, look at that. Ugh! I feel like that jump is within my grasp. I did it! Whew! Wait, what happened? What happened when I stepped on that switch? Nothing happened. What the heck? The switch didn't do anything. What? Just had to believe. Well, yeah, but now my belief is being tested once again. Because nothing happened. I've been sitting here for way too long trying to do that pixel perfect jump. The 3D platforming in the 2D game. Did something open to the right? Oh, did it? Was it closed before? I guess it was. Thank you for noticing that. I probably would have spent another 10 minutes in that room. Okay, there's 6 torches here. What does it mean? What can I do with them? I think these ones I can light with my fire wand. Oh yeah, look at that. Let's light them all up. Interesting. The chest is on top of a torch. What am I supposed to do? What the heck am I supposed to do with that? Do I need to put it out? Can I put it out? Nope, that doesn't work, of course. This is why you get paid the big bucks. To notice when doors open. Everyone needs a good door noticer. It's true. It's a highly in-demand skill. I see I can like be on top of this, but what does it mean? Maybe I should leave and come back. What happens when I leave and come back? There's a chair here. I can't move the chair. There's... Seems like these are stairs for a reason. What else can I do? Usually there's things that can be... Oh, you know what I bet I have to do? I bet I have to smash the torch after it's... Let me just test it out here. Oh, that doesn't really work. Alright, well, I'll try something like that again when I light them up again. Maybe it matters, like, which one is the last one that I lit. Let's try it. I think last time I started on the right. Oh yeah, it comes down in a different place each time. Okay, I see what to do. I just have to have that top row middle one be the last torch I light. Man, doesn't that seem like... Doesn't it kind of seem like it's abusing glitches in the game with this solution that I just found? There's been so many puzzles throughout this game that feel that way. Like, I'm never sure if I have actually found the solution to the puzzle that the devs intended, or if I just got lucky, like, abusing the brokenness of the game's engine. Well, I can't get up here now. The chest is in the way. What about... Can I get to that top right one? I'm not sure. Like, this one, you know, the jump is like... It looks like I'm going to a lower altitude if I make it, so that's why I'm trying to see if this is the right... If maybe I need to go to this one. I mean, that would make sense why these stairs are here. Oh yeah, okay, it's possible to get there. Doesn't seem possible to get on this one once the chest comes down on it. So, yeah, let's do it again one more time. Alright, so I want to do the top right one last. There we go. The problem is it's like a pixel perfect jump without the chest on there. So it's gonna be really difficult for me to know if it's just impossible or not. You saw some bad news today. Raised by Wolves is canceled. Is that new news? I had no idea there were even 2 seasons of it, actually, and my wife told me that there's only 2 seasons and there's not going to be a third, but I didn't know how recent that was. Like I heard about this show like a while ago, like when HBO Max first came out, I think. And yeah, I didn't even know there were 2 seasons. I just happened to watch it because it was available on a plane. But yeah, I'm like, what, 3 episodes in, I think, and it's really, really good. A bunch of things got canceled in the Warner Brothers Discovery merger. That was a while ago, right? Man, I feel like Warner Brothers just has no idea what they're doing with like the DC Comics movies, and it makes me sad. I feel like there's so much good stuff that could be done in the DC universe. Okay, looks like I'm onto something here, I think. Okay, now what? Do I need to go across? Oh yeah, I see. Okay, I see the path. I see the path. You know, another, you know, speaking of Warner Brothers and DC Comics, and HBO Max, another HBO Max show that I have been meaning to watch but never got around to it is like the Watchmen series. I'm actually a really big fan of Watchmen, the graphic novel, and the movie. I like the movie too, the Zack Snyder movie. And I remember when the series came out, I was kind of looking forward to it. But then, I think like as soon as it debuted, I like didn't really hear anything about it. And I don't know, my hype for it just kind of went away. Oh hey, Gimme Onion. Didn't see you there, sorry. Gimme Onion, how are you doing tonight? Alrighty, got a lurk, but you'll be given your energy. Awesome. I will receive all the energy that you have to offer, Bone Chalk. Appreciate the lurk. No worries, I'm good. How are you? I'm pretty good, except for the some of the frustrations I've encountered in this dungeon so far. There was one room, right, yeah. There's one room in particular that was really trying my patience. But we're done with that. Now we're just in this one. Which is also not super friendly, it seems. Oh no, what did I do that for? And pretty soon I'm gonna have to go back and try to see if I can stock up on healing items again. I'm not sure if I can. Started your playthrough of the new Crash 4 today. Oh, that's cool. My wife bought Crash 4 when it came out because she is a really big fan of the old school, like the original trilogy of Crash games on PS1. So I didn't play much of it myself, but I did watch her play a lot of it. And it looked really good. I mean, I loved how it was really true to the PS1 games. Because I think Crash did a lot of like weird stuff in the middle years. Actually like those middle year Crash games are really really kind of a mystery to me. And it's weird because it's especially weird because Crash was so huge, right, on the PS1 era, and then like PS2 era. I don't know what happened to him. Okay. Okay, we opened a door. We opened a door. This is good. You like some of them? Not really Crash-like, but they're good. Those ones with the mutants, those are fun. I really have no idea what they're like. I had no idea there were mutants in them, for example. Okay, I probably need this, but I also am hoping that there's HP in it, and there's not. Okay, I opened a door. Okay, sure. I don't have to go past the fire anymore. So what's the point of this this pot? There's no health in it. I can't bring it with me across the screen here. Wait, what? Oh, it's okay. I see what's going on. The lack of depth perception gets me sometimes. Okay, I did it. That was a fun one. That was easy. Did it on the first try. Oh, and Twin Sanity, man, that was good too. So where does Twin Sanity lie in the, like what year did that one come out? Oh, I've been in this room before. Wait. Why is this a room that I've been in before? Hey, McPatches, how's it going? You know what? I haven't been on top of shoutouts. I need to do that. 2004. Okay, so that's like one of the PS2 era Crash games then. Good. How goes Alundra and yourself? Alundra is overall good. There's been a few rooms in this dungeon that have really tested my patience, but we're here now. We're thriving. Yeah, this is the final dungeon, and I'm planning to beat the game tonight, unless something goes horribly wrong, which is entirely possible. Gimme Onion. It has a fully a cappella soundtrack, which is awesome. That's weird. That's really unique. Okay, I wonder if I need to do something with this switch. So, like... So, in this configuration... Yeah, it seems like I need to do that with this switch. Let's see if that works. Tuffy, oh, finale, let's go. Yeah, thanks, Tuffy. This is hopefully the finale, hopefully. You know, pretty much every time I've gone into a stream saying this is going to be the finale, it has not been.
You gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly, Tuffy. You just gotta believe. Yeah, pretty much every time I've gone into a stream saying it's gonna be the finale, it has not been the finale. But this one I feel confident about, cause like I got a start into the final dungeon last stream, and yeah, we've already got a head start on it, so I think it'll all work out. So what's the plan for the next game? The plan for the next game is Jurassic Park Operation Genesis on PS2, which is it came out like alongside Jurassic Park 3, one of the saddest movie releases of all time, if you ask me. But it's like a park builder sim game. Yeah, and I have the PS2 version. It also came out for PC and original Xbox. Yeah, and I've had my copy of it for a while now, and haven't really given it haven't really done anything besides just like mess around and not understand anything that was going on. But it is like the modern games, Jurassic World Evolution 1 and 2, those are like the spiritual successor to Operation Genesis. So it's definitely got a cult following. So yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, and Gimme Onion is right. Then Dino Crisis. So I'm going on a dinosaur streamer arc coming up soon here. Yeah, Resident Evil Jurassic Expedition. Yeah, so some of you may know I am a huge fan of Resident Evil and survival horror in general. I'm also a huge lover of dinosaurs, and somehow I've never actually played Dino Crisis, despite owning a physical copy of it since like 2007. Just for whatever reason, the stars have never aligned. But yeah, I'm hoping to finally play Dino Crisis also. Ooh, sounds like fun. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. And then maybe I'll throw in a night of Cadillacs and dinosaurs somewhere in there. And I don't know, maybe there's some other dinosaur games to play. It's hard to think of good dinosaur games that aren't also Jurassic Park games. Do you guys know of any? Okay, what am I doing right now? I'm trying to find... What am I trying to find? I'm trying to like get back out of this side of the dungeon. I feel very lost, very confused. Multiplayer nights, perhaps? Maybe. It's gotta be... I don't know. I don't know. It's gotta be like a special thing to do a multiplayer game on stream for me. Because, you know, I primarily stick to retro games. Hey, Snowmans! Welcome in, Snowmans. Snowmans has opted to take us back to the days when the cathode ray tube reigned supreme with CRT cam. Oh my god, nobody's done CRT cam in a long time. I thought it was scan lines. CRT cam. Ooh boy, you guys are in for it. But yeah, Snowman's a very good streamer. Please check him out as well. I'm trying to stay on top of my shoutouts tonight. Okay, you know what? I have to use the restroom. So I'm gonna do that, and while I'm doing that, I will set up the CRT cam. We'll see if it works tonight. The results with CRT cam are very hit or miss. That's why it's only 5 minutes and not 10 minutes, like the scan lines. Back to the ways of old, yes. Okay, this will be fun, but yeah, let me take a quick bathroom break, and I will also set up the CRT cam. See you guys in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Like I said, results are all over the place. But yeah, let's see if I can bring you guys into the days of old here. That didn't work. Hold on. We need to make a few adjustments. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good right now. Hold on a second. Okay, I think it's working. It's working. It does look great, doesn't it? Well, thank you for the redeem, snowmans. This is fun. Nobody's redeemed this one in a long time. I'm very excited to have it here. Let's see. We need to put up our timer. Where's that? Where's that? All right. Hell, you could even make a small box above your face cam. I could do that, but I like having it as the game source. It might be a little laggy, I'm not sure. You're a fan of neat redeems? Me too. Oh god. Oh, is this how I get out? Oh, I just dropped down. Okay, cool. That works. That works very well. Alright, so what's going on with this dungeon is there's these 6 like power beacon things, and we need to find switches that turn them all off. Half of them are down. I'm hoping that when all of them turn off, this door opens and the final boss is right back there. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's what I'm hoping. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of where I left off around, right? Maybe? Oh, interesting. I think I want to make that green, because why not? Okay, and this one, I think I can, like, go on both sides, maybe. Maybe not. Let's see what's through the other side here. Yeah, the CRT cam might be a little laggy, but at least it's not, we're not getting like the weird like patterns from having like a different frame rate, which that's like usually the main problem with trying to like film a CRT is if the shutter speed is not a multiple of... Oh no! Why'd I do that? I wasted my last heal. Was it my very last heal? It wasn't my very last heal, but it was close. It was my very last heal. Okay, well there's a strange pillar back here. How do I pull out this strange pillar? What do? I need to, like, unequip this other thing, though, before something terrible happens. Bomb. That's a safe thing to equip. So, Snowmans, how's your Paper Mario playthrough going? You know, I pre-ordered Paper Mario when it was brand new, and I was really hoping that it was gonna be like the sequel to Super Mario RPG. That's what I really wanted out of Paper Mario. And like for most of its development life, it was called Super Mario RPG 2, so it was a reasonable hope. But I don't feel like it really was that. I was a little let down by it. Got the second Star Spirit, very nice. But yeah, I played it when it came out, and I beat it in, what, 2001, and I have never gone back and replayed it since. But I've been thinking about doing that. I've been thinking about replaying Paper Mario. I think it would be fun. But I don't know when I'd get to it. Let's see if this helps me. Oh, Patches, the Paper Mario games and Super Mario RPG are on your short list of hunting targets. Ooh. Yeah, I have both of... Oh, well, I have Super Mario RPG and Paper Mario. And Super Paper Mario. Oh, and I have Thousand Year Door, that's right. I bought Thousand Year Door a little while ago, and I haven't played it yet. That's one that I was, like, debating whether I should save for stream or just play it on my own. And I'm still not sure. Let's see. You're doing a low health, high badge, and FP playthrough. Ooh. It's one of your games you can actually do on OG hardware. Very nice, very nice. There's three Lonk variants now. Wow, Lonk is getting out there. Okay, the CRT cam timer is up. As fun as it was, I'm going to revert back to my clean capture. But thank you very much for the redeem, Snowmans. This was very fun to do. Look at that. It's so much less janky. Man, it would be cool if I had some like super fancy high-speed camera where I could really get a good CRT film the CRT from the camera. That would be something. I don't know if there's if I've ever seen anybody on stream do something like that. Okay, I also need to like reconfigure some things over here, so give me just a second. Okay, we're back to nominal. You have a bunch of new emotes. Awesome, Patches. Yeah, I saw your tweet actually with some of your new emotes. They look really cool. The closest you've seen is doing filters onto a CRT overlay thing. Oh, so am I the first true CRT filmer that you've seen on Twitch? That's fun. I think I've seen... I don't remember if this was a stream or if it was a YouTube video, but do you know Aaron Plays? Aaron Plays did like a light gun thing. I don't remember if it was a video or a stream, but she did I'm gonna say it was a YouTube video. She did a YouTube video where she was just filming a CRT with light guns. Huh. Oh, that didn't work out in my favor. How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to do that? You've seen some cam on CRTs for Twitch streams, and there's an arcade streamer that has a cam focused on the arcade machine and one on themselves. Oh, that's cool. Oh, cam on CRTs for TikTok. Ah. Is there a big retro gaming community on TikTok? That's kind of interesting. I never considered that. Okay, I think I know. Well, I see one thing that I can do, but it doesn't really really help me a whole lot. Oh, I can make that jump. Neon Arcade. Love his overlays. Kind of, but there's also a lot of trauma in that community. Oh god. There are some people that have a lot of clout, especially on like the hardware side of things in like retro gaming, that just seem incredibly toxic to me. I'm not gonna name names, but you know, it doesn't surprise me. I'll just say it doesn't surprise me that there's a segment of the community that has those kinds of issues. Okay, I think I could have made that. I think I could have made like this jump over here. I think I need to bring that pillar to this spot where I'm standing. That's what I'm gonna try next. Yeah, you feel that? Yeah, you probably. I feel like you could probably guess the people that I'm talking about. Okay, how do I do this? I want it like here. That's a good spot for it. Let's see. Snowmans, it's me, I know. I'm the ultimate elitist. Man, I didn't want to call you out, Snowmans. I was really trying not to call you out, Snowmans. We've definitely seen some YouTubers and such with pretty toxic attitudes on OG hardware stuff. Yeah. Some of them are really big. Some of them are really big names. Got there. Finally. Whew. Ah! Okay. Do I have a key for this? Yes. Okay, what are we doing here? This is very similar to another puzzle that earlier in the dungeon. So that makes me happy. It makes me happy when it's like reusing some mechanics. What do I want to do exactly? Did I... Wait, what? Why did this fall? It doesn't help me where it fell. Okay, how co- Oh, it's trying to move. It's trying to move. That's so weird. Let's let it move some more. Oh, now I can get on top. Interesting. Wait, why am I slipping off of it? I feel like the game is not supposed to be doing this because this makes no sense. This is some of the stuff that I'm talking about when I say Alundra is rough around the edges. Is there... We need to make it move some more. I don't think bombs work on this, though. Okay. I need to... Okay, I think I see what to do. I think maybe I see what to do. Oh no, it's still stuck on this. But maybe a bomb can destroy that thing. Yeah? No, can't. Dang it. Well. Oh, maybe the switch made that pot fall down, and what I need to do is just like clear the whole place, and then step on that switch to make the pot fall down. Or maybe the pot was on a timer. seems like it was on a timer. Oh, how do I get this off of the wall, though? Okay, I think we need to try again. So let me... Okay, we should just break everything so that I don't get messed up by the timer. Oh, I think I see how to do it. All has been revealed to me. Yeah, if we just go over here and then push it. Why is it going so slow? Alundra, why? Why are you like this? This game is so good, but so janky at the same time. That's why it's a hidden gem. Okay, where am I now? I'm in a barn. Okay, I closed the door. I probably want that to be open, right? If there's a way to get back around here, I could open that gate. You want this game? You've mostly played the sequel. Oh, if I think we have someone in chat who's like a very big fan of the sequel. I think most people have told me that they like this one a lot more though. Which is a bad sequel, but a fun game on its own. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But yeah, McPatches, you should get this game. This game is incredible. I really love it a lot. I'm like complaining about it because like it does have a lot of jankiness to it. I mean, it's very rough around the edges. But it's a really great game overall. Like I don't remember the last time I played a game that was as captivating as Alundra. Like the graphics are amazing, the story is amazing, the music is amazing. It's just like the programming of the game that leaves something to be desired. It's pricey, huh? Yeah, 170-ish for a complete copy. That is true. That is something to consider. It's only like 70 for just the disc though. Okay, what do I do now? This is an interesting puzzle. I haven't really seen anything like this. How do I feel like this is like a Rubik's Cube. Like a very primitive version of a Rubik's Cube, maybe. Okay, I think I see where I need to hit it though. Maybe. So yeah, I'm going to a retro gaming expo in like a little more than a week. When is it? It's the 13th and the 14th. I'm going to Long Island Retro Gaming Expo. And yeah, I've been trying to think about what I want to put on my list of things to look out for. And one thing for sure that I want to look out for is the GunCon 2 for PS2. And then I'm definitely going to look out for magazines. I need to increase the magazine repertoire over here. You'll be at the Portland one in October. Oh, that sounds great. Probably not going to TwitchCon now. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying they're not going to go to TwitchCon because of their COVID policy, which definitely respectable. Oh, come on. I almost had it. Oh my god, I would have had that if I didn't do something dumb. Oh, we're getting close. Except there's no way to hit only one. I don't know how I hit that one though. That's kind of annoying. So yeah, my list of things to look out for is GunCon 2 and magazines so far. I'm not sure what else. Not sure what else I have on my list. I'll probably pick up a lot of stuff, and there'll probably be several impulse buys. That's how it was when I went to Retro World Expo last year. Oh, so close. What can I do? How can I only hit this one? I only want to hit one. Okay. I think I have a strategy here. That was not it. That was not my strategy. Oh, this works. This works. Because it is very possible to hit two at a time. Yeah! Oh, what the heck? Why did it hit that last one? I don't understand. Yeah, also I printed some stickers with my like my channel logo, just like the thing down here, and my with like one of my emotes. I'm planning to use those as my business cards when I go to Retro World Expo. I thought that would be a fun idea. Maybe I'll meet some retro Twitch viewers or streamers. Oh my god, this this is annoying. Oh, now I got the middle one I gotta hit again. I need to stop hitting. Oh, okay, we're in, let's see, can I do anything? Okay, friend, gonna grab dinner. Good luck with the rest of the game. Thanks, Patches. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again soon. Have a great dinner. Right. Okay, we have 3 in a row. This is like the perfect setup. Like, it could not be better than this. This has to be the end. This has to be the end of this room. Let's make it happen, Alundra. Yes! Watch, it's just like a consumable item. This dungeon has done this to me a few times, where there's a puzzle that I spent a bunch of time on, and all it has for me at the end is like a random consumable item that I could have gotten. Well, I guess the one that I just got was like a really good one. That's the thing that revives you if you die. But still, I wanted it to advance the dungeon. Okay, so what is missing here? All right, let's jump down. Let's like go up and around or something. Yeah, I think Hmm. Have I ever tried jumping into this hole? Where does this hole lead me? Oh yeah, this is a new place. What is this, this painting? This looks weird. Okay, there's an unopened chest, so that means I'm in a new place. Let's see what's underneath these statues. I feel like I remember coming here when time was frozen. Okay, well the door opened now. Hmm. Where am I now? Oh, all I did was like come around here. What does it say on the wall? Towers pierce the sky in the direction where the light is born and dies. The towers meant to control time are in a deep slumber. Not anymore. I unslumbered them. I woke them up. I feel like this is the way to the other tower, but yeah, maybe I need to go this way. How do I... Oh, the way that I got up here before was by jumping on the heads. Oh, I can still do that. I can still do that. Oops. Bumped my mic. Okay, here is another thing. Now, I did this one already when, like last time. And the solution to this involved just, like, using the jankiness of the game. I forget exactly what I did, but I feel like I can figure it out again. It was like... What was it like? Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I remember something. If we push this one all the way in, then there's like 1 pixel that we can use to push that one over. Yep. There you go. See, that's another example where it doesn't feel like that's the intended solution, but that's what it is. Does this do something? Is this slowing it down? I can't really tell. I think it is, yeah. Instead of like pumping them up into the air this time, it's slowing them down. I much prefer this, though, to the other one. The other one was insufferable. Okay, I'm not sure if this is leading me anywhere. I'm guessing I can jump off a ledge again. Maybe not. I don't see a ledge to jump off of from up here. How do I get back out? What the heck? There we go. Nope, it doesn't look like I can jump down to the roof from here, so that's a bummer. Ugh. That's sad. How else do I get... I need to, like, get to the other side of that barn kind of room that I was in. Let's see, does this get me anywhere? Nope. What about yeah, going to the left over here. Is there a way out of this area? Maybe not. Oh, sure there is. Okay. That's good. What is this sign over here say? This looks like it has something to do with a puzzle. Hey, Specky, what's going on? How are you doing? Thanks for joining. Hope you're having a great night, Spec. At the dinner party, people are seated from the east side. Those of the highest rank are seated first, and those of lowest rank last. The king will be seated at the north, and his subjects to the south. Got some rough news today, but trying to plan for a positive future. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Spec. I know you've had a rough couple of days, but you know, things will get better. They always do, right? I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm at the finale of Alundra, hopefully. Yeah, this is the final dungeon, and this has been the longest game that I've ever played on stream. It's at like 50 hours now, and I have loved Alundra overall. I'm sad to see it go, but ooh, I just found something. So this is what we do. Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it ends, basically. All right, so that note on the wall said people are seated from east to west, and the king sits at the north, his subjects in the south. So is it like this, or it's probably not like this. This is actually like my second choice. Yeah, nothing happened. I'm guessing that door is gonna open if I light them in the correct order. But it's definitely, like, this is definitely the first one, right? And then maybe it's like this, like a zigzag. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to stay on top of my shoutouts here. Anybody who's watching and not following Spectrum Branch should totally do that. Alright. How is the rest of Super Mario RPG, by the way? Super Mario RPG is one of my favorite games of all time. And oh, you got to marry more. Okay, that's a good play. That's like the halfway point, I think, right? At least it's like halfway around like the circle of the world map. Stuff up there for you two and your faves. Nice, very nice. Okay, this may end up being one of the puzzles where like the hint that's in the game is kind of like poorly translated. There's been a few instances of this. There's been really 2 instances of this in the game so far. And it's like one of the things that makes Alundra rough around the edges. 3 stars plus booster tower, that's half of 7, right? Sounds right to me. I'll take it. At the dinner party, people are seated from the east side. Those of highest rank are seated first, and those of lowest rank last. The king will be seated at the north, and his subjects to the south. So, seated from the east side, so, And the king is in the north, his subjects are in the south. And they get seated from highest rank to lowest rank. Oh, I've been starting on the west. Wow, I'm dumb. Okay, let's try this one first. I'm really dumb. There it is. It would have worked the first time if I knew east from west. Well, we made it. We made it through. That's all that matters. Weast, exactly. I was starting in the Weast. Ooh, we got a life up get. Oh, that reminds me. So life up get is from 3D Dot Game Heroes when you get like their equivalent of a heart container. It says life up get, and it's one of my favorite things. And that reminds me, I wanted to do some kind of alert or something on my channel here that shows the life up get screen. Okay, what is this room all about? Was it only for the it was only for the life vessel? That's kind of a bummer. I was hoping we were gonna advance the plot a little bit here. Does not look like it. So actually, so I played Super Mario RPG on stream a little while ago, like in the spring, and it was the first time that I really replayed it since childhood. But I've always like kept it in mind as like one of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. I don't know why it took me so long to go back to it, but I'm really glad that I did. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's probably fine. Oh no, it's totally not fine because I need to actually I need that barrel. And, you know, speaking of like childhood gaming experiences, I honestly feel like Alundra, playing this game, there are not many games that I've played it as an adult that really like give me the same feeling that games did as a kid, but this is one of them. Like there's something very special about this game, and if you guys ever get a chance to play it, I really recommend it. Like the storyline has captivated me wholly at this point. I know it's hard to get a hold of, but if you get the chance, and by any means necessary, I firmly recommend it. Okay, can I do anything around here? Oh, this one's been on your list for a while, but haven't gotten to it. Oh, nice, Spec. Would you play it on stream? Because if so, I would definitely be there to watch. Perhaps. Ooh, very nice. Well, I hope that I get to see that, because it's been an amazing experience for me. And the thing about this game is, so there's something funny that happened was when I first started playing it, I got a lot of people coming in and saying, "Oh, Alundra was a really good game, but I never finished it." And like, it took me a long time before I met anyone who's ever actually beaten Alundra. And around the halfway point, there's a dungeon that's like really the low point of the game. Like it takes the momentum completely out of it. And you know, I was thinking, well, maybe I see why people have never beaten it now. But shortly after that dungeon, it got way better. 50 hours sounds like a long game, more than some Final Fantasies. That's true. I do think that I'm playing it pretty slow, though. Like, if you look on howlongtobeat.com, the average is more like 30 to 40. Was that the watery dungeon? No, it was not the watery dungeon. So it's the dungeon that I'm thinking of is called the reptile lair. Okay, where am I trying to get to right now? And I also think that I play everything slower on stream in general, just for various reasons. What did I do over here? I feel like I need to retrace my steps on this side. Oh yeah, I didn't figure out this room fully. That's right. So there's a pillar behind there. There we go. So yeah, overall, I guess the point that I was gonna make is that this game is definitely very rough around the edges. Like, there's a lot of jankiness to it, and there's like some things that are just like poorly designed, but the pros outweigh the cons so much. Like, the stuff that's good is so good that it's worth grinding through the bad parts. But I guess that's ultimately why this game is kind of like a hidden gem and not like a you know, not a highly revered PS1 classic like some other games from its that are contemporary to it. Okay, I just got a key, but I don't know that there's a locked door for me to put this key in that I know of. Okay. Oh, there's more down this hallway. Good. Very good. What's going on in this room? There's nothing here. I don't see anything. What do I do? This room has to have some purpose. Whatever this is, I have no idea what this object is. Whoops. But it looks like it can be lit on fire. No, I was wrong. It's weird that I can go behind this bed. Oh, I just thought of something from an earlier room. Like, I just had a random thought come to me that maybe a place I need to go. This room really seems like it has no purpose, though. What the hell? Okay. Bye, room. No idea what was going on there. So what about here? Yep, I went up here, I opened this door, I remember doing all that jumping. Hey, Atharia! Great to see you, welcome in. How's it going, Atharia? Let me give you a shout. I'm trying extra hard to stay on top of the shout-outs tonight. I hope you're doing awesome, Atharia. I'm doing pretty great. I'm in the final dungeon of Alundra right now. I think that I'm gonna beat it tonight. I'm still very positively thinking about that. But you know, I don't think there's ever been a stream where I went in saying this is the finale and ended up being the finale. So, so you know, anything can happen. Oh, yeah, sorry you didn't get to my redeem, but I made a note to do it next time you pop it. Oh, thanks, Atharia. No worries. I actually, as soon as I hit the redeem button, I actually had to get up and go to the bathroom, so I wasn't sure if you did it or not. You could have just not said anything, and I would have never known. But no, I want to see what your dice hold. Oh, is this what I want? What state was this door in the first time when I first came in here? I think it was like, I think it was closed like this. I need to figure out how to get around this door. This is the thing that I was looking for. LOL, OMG Robo, I feel that so hard. Aw, shame, yeah, you didn't get to it. Okay, well, I look forward to it next time. Maybe this will be the special 100 dice roll. So, yeah, Atharia, do you know anything about Alundra? Is this a game that's on your radar at all? You know, basically what I knew of it going in was that it's a Zelda clone-ish. It's like a Link to the Past, heavily influenced by a Link to the Past. And it has kind of like a cult following. And that's about all I knew. I guess I knew that it has like kind of a dark storyline. But man, I have fallen so hardly in love with it. You know, this is a rare game that makes me feel like makes me feel the way that games made me feel as a kid. Oh, you had to run and stop supper from burning, but back now. Oh, I'm glad that you stopped it from burning. I hope that you did. I hope you were successful. Welcome back. Yeah, I was wondering if if Alundra is a game that's on your radar at all. Okay, so yeah, there's also this switch, which I don't know how to get around. Did I ever try going left here? You were very good. I'm glad. Let's see. Wait a minute. I already did this room. Yep. That chest is over there. We already did this. We don't need to do this strange balloon Rubik's Cube again. I haven't heard of this except when you see I'm playing it. Ah. So, yeah, I was just saying that I've fallen very deeply in love with this game. Looks cool though. Great music, it seems. Absolutely. It's great music, great graphics. Awesome storyline. Like I cannot wait to see what happens. Oh look, I can just jump across there. Huh. Wait, could I always just jump across? Can I just jump across this way? Is that all I have to do? What was in this room again? So great. Oh, thank you, Atharia. Thank you. Yes, I got my annual haircut a couple weeks ago. Hey, Oceanics, part 15. All right. Yeah, Oceanics, welcome in. I hope you're having a great night. This is supposedly the finale. I am intent on beating Alundra tonight. It has been quite the ride. You need to get your semi-annual haircut soon. You should. I will. I'll be looking out for that. I'll be looking out for new Atharia stylings. Okay, what exactly do I want to do? I want to flip this switch, and now I want to try jumping and seeing if that switch also moved this one. It did not. It did not. Well, that makes me sad. Yeah, this is the last dungeon. And I'm a little bit lost right now, wandering around trying to find something that can give way to the next thing to do here. But we'll get there soon. Maybe I need to go back to this side. Yeah, so the story, for anybody that's just joining, what happens in this game is the main character here, Alundra, he is on a ship going somewhere. I forget exactly where, but the ship wrecks, and he wakes up on a beach nearby a small village, and some kind villager takes care of him. And the weird thing happening in this village is that people are being plagued by nightmares, and when they die in their nightmare, they die in real life. And Alundra happens to have the magic power of dream walking.
Do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
Oceanics, thank you for asking the question. I don't know what the answer is. What do you think? Can love bloom even on a battlefield? Wait, so it's Link's Awakening? It does have stuff in common with Link's Awakening. It has certain things in common with Link's Awakening. Also, there's this dream element that's also similar to Link's Awakening. Oh, by the way, Atharia, I missed the ending of Link's Awakening on your stream. What did you think of the ending when you woke the windfish? That is I feel like that's a seminal moment of gaming, waking the windfish. Yeah, so Alundra can enter people's dreams, so he's able to enter their dreams while they're having these nightmares and, like, save them. But, he's not always successful. A lot of them just die anyways, and, yeah, the storyline is kind of dark, and, I'm all about it. Hey, Optimus, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for the welcome back. Yes, I was away last week and didn't have any streams, sadly. I missed it. I missed streaming for you guys. Okay, so you were confused, but also was kind of primed for knowing that it was all a dream, so it was cool. What do you think of, like, the whole, you know, when you read that sign, or somebody says the words, "Windfish in name only, for it is neither." There's something, like, chilling about that statement. Like, something, like, deeply poetic and beautiful about it to me. Like, it doesn't matter that it's called Windfish, and that it's a giant hippie whale. But, just that statement alone seems really deep. You liked seeing the windfish at the end, though. It was a great cutscene. Yeah, you know what? I forgot what it looks like in the Switch version. I played the Switch version when it came out, and I beat it in like 2 days, and I never like went back to it or anything. And I honestly forgot what the windfish looks like at the end in that version. It's like seared into my brain for the Game Boy version, though. Optimus, man, you have COVID again, second time. Oh, man. Had positive test Monday, off from work for the week. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Optimus. That sucks, especially getting it for the second time. Wow. And I hope you recover quickly. Hopefully, it's maybe having it for the second time isn't as bad, because you have, I don't know. I'm just trying to think positive here. Yeah, it was great. It was a poetic game in general. I feel all a huge metaphor. Yeah, I think it's really beautiful. I love it a lot. But yeah, Optimus, I am in the finale of Alundra tonight. I think that I'm gonna beat it tonight, but who knows? I've been a little lost for a while now. I haven't quite figured out where I need to be. Where does this one go? Yeah, it's been like a cold. You seem to be getting over it, so keep your fingers crossed. Okay, good. I'm glad you're getting over it. Glad you're on the mend at least. Okay, is this the right way? I like Alundra's design. He looks awesome. He does look really cool. So, okay, I guess I'm gonna try doing this again. Which, ugh, this is the room that really tested my patience last time. But I guess we're gonna try this again. So Atharia, there's a game for the Sega Genesis, which, yes, that's actually a console, the Sega Genesis, called Landstalker. And Alundra is like a spiritual successor to Landstalker. And he's got like a pretty similar design to that character as well. Oh god. Good thing is you were able to rearrange your man cave a little bit, so happy about that. Very nice, very nice. Have no wife and kids bothering you, so you have a ton of time to set it up the way you want. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're being productive with your day at least. As long as you have the strength to do that. I know when I had COVID, it was like for a good 2 days I was completely knocked out. Like I could not get out of bed. Now you know it's a console. Very good, very good. Ah, no! Yeah, see, this is the room that I hate. This room is really testing my patience. Actually, I think there's an easier way to do this that I didn't see last time. Dude, this room is a pain. Yeah, do you see what's happening? Like, I don't know if I just like look like I'm going crazy when I'm doing this, but you step on the switch and it's kind of like a pump. Like it's like pumping up these balls up into the air, and then if you stay off of it, they sink down. So that's why I'm doing that, and honestly, it like makes my thumb hurt after a while. I think there's a better way, though. I think I can do something over here that makes it a lot easier. Yeah, it makes you sore first 2 days. Just kept moving to work up a sweat so you could sweat it out. That's one way. Yeah, what? It's like it's a stupid switch. It is. It's a really. It's not my favorite switch. Not my favorite switch at all. Okay, here's the other thing. You're probably gonna see one of the things that makes this game, when I say it's rough around the edges, you're probably about to see something that makes me say that. I'm gonna throw this barrel, and it's either gonna smash into pieces or it's not. And whatever the developer's intent was for why it should smash into pieces or not smash into pieces is completely unknown to me. So let's see what happens. It broke. So I need to do this again. That's right. I started out trying to do this, trying to do the barrel, like stack the barrels to make myself a little tower to climb up to that elevator, and then I think I gave up on it because I just could not get the barrels to not break when I needed them. LOL, it broke. Yes, it did. So I feel like Alundra's main flaw is like the underlying engine. Oh, look at that. It didn't break that time. Why didn't it break? I don't know. Is it because it's on the stairs and not on the flat ground? That doesn't make any sense at all, does it? But that's all that I can really think of. So we need to bring at least one more barrel around. Okay, is this high enough to get up on the elevator? No. Maybe I could bring the third barrel and do it. Still have to develop a cramp in my thumb muscles to do it, though. Tuffy, oh yeah, you asked earlier with games with dinos in them. Dino Crisis and Turok are a couple. Okay, so Dino Crisis is one of the games for sure on the list. Turok is another game that I've kind of always wanted to play. Maybe Turok is in the near future. No! Why? Why did it do that? Why? See, it didn't smash that time. Why didn't it smash that time? The world may never know. Oh my god. Like, I don't think that's tall enough to get it up there. Which Turok? I would definitely play the first Turok for N64. Wouldn't it break easier on the stairs? That's what you would think, but it doesn't seem to follow any logical. It doesn't seem to follow logic, and it also doesn't seem to follow any like actual features of the tiles that I'm throwing it on to. So I don't know. Optimus, as soon as you're done with this, probably tomorrow you'll be able to stream again. Oh, awesome. I am looking forward to that. Hope I can catch it. Especially retro. What is especially retro? I lost context on that. I feel physical pain when that barrel missed. Thank you for grieving with me, Atharia. I feel physical pain because I have to do this to get these spheres to go up. It is like it's actually causing like a cramp here. Didn't they remake Turok a few times on different consoles, or are you thinking of another game? There's a reboot of Turok on the 360, and maybe on PS3. I'm not sure. And there's like there's a port of the N64 game on Switch and maybe other modern consoles. Not entirely sure. But you know me, I'm gonna play the N64 cartridge. I have it. I own it, so. Yep. Oh, yeah, your thumb hates Alundra so damn much. It's true. My thumb really hates this room. Hates this room. Ugh, and see that I couldn't time it that time. Also, I'm all out of any healing resources, so if I hit low health again, I've got to leave the dungeon. Oh god. That. Okay. Can I make these barrels smash now? Now when I want them to smash, they won't smash. I'm like hoping that there's items inside of them, or like healing items, but that's probably not the case. Oh, you'll be able to stream retro, especially due to your reconfigured setup. Ooh, nice. Not sure which are repeats, but there are 6 listed on the wiki. Let's see if I know them. I know that there's 4 for N64. Oh yeah, there's 4 for N64. There's 1 for like GameCube, PS2, and Xbox, and then there's 1 for Xbox 360 and maybe PS3. So I think those are probably the 6. Yep, those are the ones that I was thinking of, Tuffy. Getting pumped for Long Island Retro. Oh, you know it, Oceanics. I'm very... No. Oh, thank God I had the Wonder Essence. Oh my God, if I died there, I would have been so sad. Okay, I'm gonna try the barrel method again. I feel like the barrel method is way safer. Yeah, I've been thinking about what I want to try to pick up at Long Island Retro Gaming Expo. Okay, we need to leave. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. We're getting out of here. We're going to stock up on healing items. We are GTFOing. So one thing that I definitely want to, that I'm definitely on the lookout for there, is the GunCon 2 light gun controller for PS2. Because I would really love to play Resident Evil Dead Aim with that. Oh, when is the Long Island Gaming Expo? It's in a little less than 2 weeks. It's August 13th and 14th. And yep, I'm gonna be there. So if you know if any of you guys are gonna be there, let me know. I'm definitely down to meet up. So another thing that I'm definitely on the lookout for is magazines. I'm gonna pick up as many magazines as I can there. Hopefully I can find some interesting stuff along those lines. As far as games, I really don't know if I'm like on the lookout for any specific games. Cool, you won't. You're gonna try to do expos and conferences next year. Gotcha. Oh, is there something on the 12th too? Well, I'm very excited for it. It's gonna be a real fun time. Okay, the store is abandoned. Alundra has too many of those items to take more. Sure. The store is abandoned. Wait, could I ever go upstairs in here before? Oh, that's when you're heading up. Yes. Oh, it does say the 12th. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, Oceanics. I'm sorry that we have to hear the low life alarm while I run around looking for healing items. So all of the townsfolk abandoned the town mostly because it burned down, but also because they're all like huddled together in the sanctuary. Oh, can I not go back in here? It's locked. What? Why do they lock me out? What the hell? Oh my god, how do I get health? How do I stock them on items? I really need healing items. Okay, at least I got the alarm to stop there. There are other stores in the game. Let's see if I can find that one weird store where everything is 10,000 gold. You know, it's looking less and less likely that I'm actually going to beat the game tonight, which is ironic. Like, no matter how confident I am that it's the finale, it never is. It never is the first time. Okay, what's this? This is like the Riverside Bar. Let's see if I can do anything here now that the end is nigh. I hate roulette. I love roulette. There's got to be a pattern. It can't just be dumb luck. The 12th has a tournament, free play, and 2 talks. Oh, bummer. Gonna miss the intro to retro game dev. Oh, no. Do we have to miss it? Damn it. I won 81 times as much on roulette. Hey, you're the kid from the clock, aren't you? This isn't a place for someone your age. It's barely a place for someone my age. You should go. Haven't seen you in a while, kiddo. What are you gonna have to drink? Wait, don't tell me. Cold milk. I'm just so very witty, I kill myself. Okay, I don't think there's anything to do in here. I looked up a video to see how close I am. Okay, I don't know if I want to know. I don't think I want to know. I feel like it's doable. It would maybe if I didn't get so like lost and need to leave and search for healing items. If that wasn't the case, then maybe it would feel more reasonable. No, actually we don't. Gotta leave early enough. It's at 7:30 p.m. Oh yeah, we probably won't get there unless we left super early. Are you flying into NYC or driving? I'm driving. It's gonna be a trek. It's gonna be a journey, but I'm excited. Stopped after seeing how they got past my current issue. Okay. Where am I right now? This is the town again, right? How many hours is that? It's like 7, maybe 8. We were looking at the expos that are like possibilities, and it was between this and Southeast Game Exchange, which is in like South Carolina, I think, and they were pretty much equidistant, and I felt like Long Island was gonna be a better overall experience. Okay, this is the place that I was looking for. I wanted to see if I could do anything here. Hey kid, I'm amazed you survived the shipwreck. I had a feeling you'd land on your feet. What am I doing here? I invested the treasure from my years of adventure into this shop. One very near fatal shipwreck is all I needed to make me think long and hard about a career change. Well kid, aren't you gonna buy something? What? How do I give it to you? Life vessel, that's 10,000 guilder. Would you like it? Yes. Kid, either you're trying to be quite funny or just being trying. Either way, I'm less than amused. You're making me nervous, kid. Buy something or leave. What if I say no? Same thing. Okay, I do not understand how to use this store still. Here at the end of the game. I'm assuming you can actually get those items, but I don't know how. Okay, there's one other place to check. And that's the guy that sounds like Colonel Sanders. All the YouTubers go to Southeast Game Expo. I know that Metal Jesus was at that one. I feel like a lot of the people that I follow on YouTube are going to Retro World Expo, which is in Connecticut, and that's the place I went to last year. But it's like this year it's on like the last day of summer vacation before school starts for my kids, so that was kind of out of the running. But that expo was really awesome. Okay, I should save while I'm here. Why am I not saving? You don't know about all, but a lot do. Yeah, I'm sure a lot do. Yeah. There's really only a couple of like retro gaming YouTubers that I follow. The Great Hall. Can you just sleep in a bed for full HP? I don't think so. Nope. Can't just sleep in a bed, unfortunately. Alright. We need to get to one of those gates, one of those teleporting gates. That's what I'm looking for. I just got one more place to try, and then I'll just go back into the dungeon. Oh, I can at least get full health and magic over here. Oh, at least I thought I could. Maybe not. Never mind, I can't do that over here. So one of these leads to the only other shop that I know of. Lurvy's Smith Shop. Armor and weapon repairs at low prices. I don't know if he sells health. Think you're done with this room for today. Gonna rest and watch stream. Alright, Optimus. And get a good rest. Hope you feel better. Going to buy something, or are you just gonna stand there looking stupid? Wait, why did I walk over here? Oh, yes. Okay, so I can stock up here. Perfect. Oh, his prices are cheaper than the town, actually. So I'm trying to think about what are the unknown places that I've seen in the dungeon. There's one room that had an indication that there was like a secret, like a Final Fantasy IV style secret passageway, and I didn't realize what that was until like it randomly dawned on me later in the dungeon. Yeah, the town was ripping me off. I mean, you know, sometimes you pay city prices for convenience. Everything's more expensive the closer you are to civilization. Out in the boonies, things are cheap. But it doesn't really matter because I'm at a point in the game where like money is not an issue at all. Okay, I'm fully stocked. That makes me happy. 18? Jeez, just drink it and buy another? Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even, I totally forgot that I don't have full HP. Let's do that. That's a good point. Hey, Lady Bear! Bullets for brunch. It's a Lady Bear raid. Hide your snacks. Oh no, I better hide my snacks quick. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, Bullets for brunch. Welcome in, Doomsby, Lady Bear. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Lady Bear, very good streamer to follow. She is super chill, super good conversations over there. She's playing Grand Theft Auto 4, which Grand Theft Auto 4 has a weird place because I played it when it was new, and I enjoyed it overall, but it didn't live up to the PS2 trilogy for me. But I still have like nostalgia for it, you know? It's interesting. It was wonderful, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Hide your kids, hide your snacks. GTA 4, interesting. It's true. You love GTA 4. I know that you love it. Yeah. It's I mean, it's worthy of your love. It's absolutely worthy of love. Don't get me wrong here. It was really weird when it came out and they like went hard into like this realistic story, right? Or this like gritty story compared to like the zany hijinks of the other games, right? You get it though, everyone has their own tastes. I mean, I do like it. I do think it's a game worth playing. And it's got historical significance just for being such a like a gamble, I kind of think. Does that make sense? Let's use this one more time. Just make sure that I'm fully healed. I am. Wait, what did I do last time? I feel like I completely messed up what I was trying to do. By the way, Raiders, I totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Space Robot Arm. I stream retro games of all genres, and right now I'm playing Alundra on the PS1. This is a like a Zelda clone style of game, and it's kind of a hidden gem. I mean, a lot of people talk about it, but it's still kind of like on that like lesser known scale, you know. And I'm at the end right now. I'm at the finale. I was hoping that I was gonna beat it tonight, but you know, I've never once gone into a stream thinking that it was the finale and had it actually be the finale. So we don't fully know. We don't fully know. But it's great to have you here. Thanks again, Lady Bear, for the raid. Hey, Bonechock, you got back just in time for the excitement. Very nice. Welcome back, Bonechock. You like that they told an immigrant story? That is very. You're right. That is something that made it really kind of like unique, right? I like that too. I like that too a lot. LOL. Yeah, you've fallen into that trap too. Yes, it's never once has my prediction of which stream is the finale come true. But I'm well into the final dungeon. I left the dungeon to go stock up on items. I just did that. We just got stocked up. We're heading back into the dungeon right now. And I was wandering around lost for a little bit. Who knows if I'm actually going to find my way when I get back in here, but I'm going to try. 8-bit dot heroes just keeps stringing you along. This is 32-bit dot heroes. Yeah, so Bonechock is referencing the game 3D dot game heroes, which I played on stream before Alundra, and it was really great. That was the first time I played that game also. For some reason, when I read that, I wanted to read it as 8-bit hot dog heroes or something. My brain really wanted to see the word hot dog in that message, Bonechock. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. Okay, so right, there's these 6 like power energy beacon thingies, and I have to turn them all off. I have to find the switches to turn them all off. There's only 2 left. So I'm hoping that when they all go off, this door opens and the final boss is right on the other side. That's my hope. That's reverse Burger Time. You know, I've never played Burger Time. Never once. It seems like a classic game though, doesn't it? Have any of you guys in here ever played Alundra? I'm curious. Like, I feel like finding people that have played this game is pretty rare, and then finding people that have beaten this game is way rarer. Like, I had a very funny kind of observation in that when I started playing this game on stream, I had a lot of people come in and they were like, "Ah, Alundra, this was a really good game, but I never beat it." And then I kind of see why. It is very difficult, number one. Oh, look, the barrel broke again. It's very difficult. Like, the puzzles are hard, the combat is hard. But then, like, halfway through the game, there's this one dungeon that's like a complete slog. It like completely takes out the momentum from the game. And I was worried that the rest of the game was gonna kind of go that way. But it turns out the game got really, really good. Like, its best moments were after that slog dungeon. For a Zelda clone style game, it's pretty long. It's very long. I'm like constantly amazed by the scope of this game. Like, there are so many dungeons. I think there's like 21 dungeons. You've only ever played a bit of the second one. Oh, of Alundra 2? Alundra 2 is a very different game. Look, I finally made it onto that elevator. Ah, that feels so good. Yeah, from what I hear, Alundra 2 is very different. Like, the only thing that it shares in common with Alundra 1 is the composer. Which is interesting. I've looked at some gameplay of Alundra 2, and it looks like it could be fun. I mean, it is completely different, though. I mean, one of the big differences, aside from the graphics, is the... So I watched like a review of Alundra 2 just because I was very curious, and what it seems like is that the story of Alundra 2 is very lighthearted and silly, and the story of this game is really dark and serious. So that's one like difference that's beyond superficial. Okay, is this new? Did I get to a new path here? I think I might have. It's amazing how high your HP bar can get to as well. Ah, are you seeing what the max HP is in a video or something? Yeah, there's definitely... I definitely don't think I've found anywhere near as many life gems, life vessels as I could. Okay, I was contemplating if I wanted to fall down this, jump off that roof, but the game made the decision for me. This is new. I haven't been here yet. This is good. We found the way to go. It's pirate themed too, right? That sounds right, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I only really watched like this one YouTube video about it, and I vaguely remember them talking about pirates. How come I can't? Oh, okay. We can jump. Okay, I don't want to go there yet. Let's explore this way first. It's a game your mom rented for you, so memory's pretty foggy. You know, that's weird that you say that, because I was in like somebody else's stream and they said that their mom loved Alundra 2. So it's weird that you bring up your mom in relation to Alundra 2. Is Alundra 2 just like a mom game? That's weird, right? Maybe I'm just drawing more connections than actually exist there. Okay, I'm in new territory. Place I haven't been to before. Let's hope that the gate is in the proper configuration for me to continue. Because this is a place that I've been to before, I believe. She was actually pretty on point with finding games she thought you might enjoy. Oh, wow. Yeah, you know, from what I've seen of Alundra 2, at least graphics-wise, it does look like a bone shot kind of game, doesn't it? It looks backwards? What do you mean, Tuffy? Should I jump down there? I'm scared. I'm scared to jump down there. The tile/door? I'm not sure what which door. Do you mean like this door right here? I'm gonna try putting it like that and going over here. You need it in reverse to walk past. Yeah, but I don't know. I have no idea what. Like, I've already been to this area, so I don't know if I actually need that door in a certain arrangement or not. Oh, okay, so this is, yeah, we were over here before. Oh, I couldn't escape. I thought I was gonna escape, but I couldn't. Let me see. I need to go. I'm gonna drop down on that one place from this roof. Oh, I've been here before. Dang it. Maybe that's not what I wanted then. Because I want this one to be in the correct configuration. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to get back up there. Whoops. That's not how. I hope I don't have to go through that that room with the like pumping up the spikes thing again. Okay, so this is where it came from, right? Yeah, I guess what I really need is like a map of this place. I need to have the layout here better internalized than I do. But I think this will at least take me to where I just was. Whew. Yeah, okay, I'm back. I'm back over here. So I could flip that switch and then what? Go all the way around? Go all the way back around? I guess that's what I have to do. That makes sense. It kind of sucks that I have to go all the way back around, but I think that should work. It should work. Okay, so here we go. What is the way? There's a better way, isn't there? Oh, nope, it's not like that. Maybe there's not a better way. So what games are you guys all playing? I've been playing... Oh, yeah, I have a really funny story here. I've been playing Resident Evil 2 off stream, the classic Resident Evil 2. And I let my kids watch, for better or for worse. And they told my wife today that they wanted us to have Resident Evil 2 family costume theme for Halloween, and I was very proud of them. I think this was like I think this was from the mind of my 6-year-old, and he wanted to be Leon, of course. He wants my wife to be Claire. He wants me to be Mr. X, and he wants his little brother, my 3-year-old, to be a liquor. Which, you know, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna support it until someone says I can't. I think it's great. Have I ever played Dragon Valor? Can't remember if you've ever asked that before. I don't think you've ever asked that because I don't know what Dragon Valor is. It's not ringing any bells. So pray tell, what is Dragon Valor? Tuffy, you're rocking Xenoblade 3 pretty hard. Very nice, very nice. It looks awesome. One of these days I will get into Xenoblade. That's amazing. I think it's amazing too. I'm very excited. I hope we actually get to do it. It sounded like my 3-year-old didn't want to be a licker, though. He said no. He said he wanted to be something else. I couldn't understand what he was saying, though. What he was saying he did want to be. Oh, do I need to... Am I being really dumb here? Do I just need to jump across? I think that's it. I think I just need to use this magic bean. No! Magic bean, why? Why have you forsaken me? Dragon Valor is a PS1 era RPG. It looks rough, perfect to play. It's a PS1 3D action platformer with RPG elements. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that one. It's not ringing any bells. So is it a Bone Chalk recommendation? What is it similar to? Like, what does it play like? Is it a Western game or an Eastern game? Oh, I really don't want to do this. Let me try the bean jump again. I knew that there was a way that I didn't have to do that silly whatever platforming, whatever bad platforming I had to do to get on that elevator, and I'm pretty sure it's this bean jump. The bean jump is the key. One of the unique things is that your character can marry at the end of each act, and depending on how that goes, it changes who you next play as. Oh, interesting. It's by Namco. So oh, okay, you play as a different character each act. I read that. I read what you said at first, and I was like, so is your character like getting divorced at the end, like during each act? But no, I see that you play as a different character in the next act. I understand. That's the same thing that Phantasy Star 3 does. Yes, that is true. I do know that about Phantasy Star 3. Yeah, that sounds neat. I'll have to look into that one. So does Agarest? Yeah, you play as the Descendant. Yeah, that's what Phantasy Star 3 does. You play as the Descendants. Yeah, even with 3 titles listed, it's still pretty rare. Wait, what is Agarest? Link some gameplay in Discord. Nice. I will definitely check it out. Sounds very interesting indeed. Okay, this is attempt number 3 at a bean jump to bring me to progress. Agarest gives you 3 choices, and at the end of the chapter, you choose one. It's a Steam 360 title. There's like 3 of them. Gotcha. Do you mean like when you said it's rare? Do you mean the concept of playing as your Descendants is rare, or is that a rare game for the 360? Bonecheck, you have 2 of the Agarest games, but they've been on the back burner for years. Okay, I'm finally back in a place where I can maybe make some kind of progress. I don't know. Potentially. It's a tactical RPG like FFT, but the combat is goofy like Disgaea. The idea is rare. They're like 10 to 20 on Steam or something. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I know of any other games like that. I don't know that if there's any that I've ever played, at least. Is this where I want to be? I want to check one other thing out before I go through here. Can't find that room where I thought there was a secret passage. Okay, we'll go out through the barn. You've played the first one a few times, and it's slow in today's terms. So you never cleared the first chapter. Ah, you're spoiled by modern games, Tuffy. It's understandable. What am I doing here? Is this even where I want to be? I think it is. I couldn't have gone on the other side there, right? There's a point that is just brutal, like Quest 64 brutal. Oh no, not Quest 64. Oh, maybe it was one of these rooms that I'm thinking of with like the secret passage. I feel like I need to check all these rooms again. It's not this one. Not this one. Whoa, I almost ran into the fire. Okay, we will keep moving, I guess. The intro is cool, though. You answer questions and it determines what your starting weapon is, which can help shape your descendant. Ah. Quest 64 was a delightful walk in the park. I don't know how serious you're being. I remember you were saying, like, once you actually figured out what the mechanics are, that it was that it got a lot better, right? Okay, so this didn't get me back to where I was before. What the heck? Where was I trying to go? I'm so confused right now. And were these even the, was this even the same place? Oh, what's out this way? Was this where I needed to go? This is probably where that room that I'm thinking of is, though. Somewhere around here. You don't think it's possible to not use water? Oh, water magic is key. As long as you have water magic. Okay, this is the place. This is the place. This is the place I was trying to get to. It's right over there. That like metal grate thing indicates indicates that there's a secret over there. I think. Once you actually understand how leveling all your stats works, it gets way easier to manage. It's still a grind, but an easier grind. Okay. When are you gonna play the Game Boy Color version, though? That's what I really want to know. That's what the people need to know. Brian's quest. Or Brian's journey. Ah. Water has your only healing spell, aside from another element that has a meh HP drain spell. Once you can find a copy, ooh, is it expensive? Do you know? You will play it though? Nice. You have to know. I have to know too. And I have much lower stakes in this than you do, so I can only imagine that your desire for the knowledge is paramount. It's kind of like there are a lot of Game Boy Color versions of games that were on the N64 actually. Like there's a Turok for Game Boy Color. Of course there's like Metal Gear Solid for Game Boy Color, aka Metal Gear Ghost Babel. I was actually thinking about trying Metal Gear Ghost Babel sometime. Why can't I do this jump? It's gotta be completely pixel perfect, I think. I'm either doing it too late or too early. I guess if I could, like, get around the steel ball, yeah, this probably makes it easier. I have, like, time to prepare here. You know, eBay isn't the best place to look, but man, that game is costly. No, I think eBay is probably the best place to look. I mean, you just gotta look at sold listings, because, you know, there's always gonna be listings where people are just have an asking price that's way higher than what it's actually worth. You'd rather just use a ROM in that case. That's, you know, I think that's perfectly acceptable when a game isn't actually available. Just saw what was currently available, 160 to 1700. Which game is costly? Yeah, we're Optimus. We're talking about Quest Brian's Journey, or is it Quest RPG Brian's Journey? Okay, I should probably give up on this, shouldn't I? Although I swear in the past this like metal grate thing has been a indication of a secret. Oh my god, I made it! And of course there's nothing here. It's nothing. This was a waste of my time. Well, now I know. Now I know. It's probably a similar experience to playing Brian's Journey. You know, you go through the desire to have the knowledge. You go through great lengths to achieve it, and then you probably end up questioning whether it was worth it in the end. It was just like that jump I made. What a goofy game to cost that much. I know, right? I mean, I guess it's got its diehard fans. Okay, there's nothing over here. There's nothing for me here at all. This is a complete dead end. Okay, so what's on this side? Some puzzle that I've already done. See, oh yeah, you're near the end of it, but thanks for hooking you up with Crystal Chronicles. My Life as a Dark Lord. It's super fun. Oh, you're actually playing through that? That's awesome. I'm super curious about that one because, yeah, like I said, I played you know, I played the heck out of My Life as a King, and I've always been curious. I don't know though. I feel like it's kind of like just too low on my priority list to ever really revisit. Probably, but it's kind of I kind of want to. I kind of want to revisit it still. Okay, so what the heck? Do I have to go up on top? Or did I just need to, like, go through this way or something? Huh. I'm a little confused. How did I get to the top before? We need whatever. However I did that, that's what I need to do now. I think I need to do the annoying platform jump. Life as a king. Yeah, I need to get back to that. Optimus, you've been playing Hot Shots Golf on your PSP, MLB The Show 22, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order on Xbox One X. You know, I got Jedi Fallen Order when it was kind of new, and I could not get into that game at all. I think it's like, I don't know, the magic of Star Wars is kind of just lost for me. It's kind of sad because as a kid I was a huge Star Wars fan, but it's like ever since Disney took over Star Wars, I just have not been able to get into it. But you know, I have the limited run version of Knights of the Old Republic pre-ordered for the Switch. I don't know why, I just decided I wanted that. So maybe I'll play that when I get it. So this Brian's Journey is a Game Boy game. Yes, it's a Game Boy Color game. It is the it's like a Game Boy Color demake of Quest 64. That's what it is. Sounds wild, doesn't it? Okay, we're back to this room. Whoops. Went through the wrong door. I don't even remember what I did to make progress here, but I know there was progress that I made. You've been getting more into Star Wars since these new series came out, like Mandalorian, Boba Fett, and Obi-Wan. Interesting. Yeah, for me, it's I don't know. I just look at it and it seems like it's just like a corporate production that's just like milking it for all it's worth. And maybe it was always like that, but there wasn't like. But it was like a special event if there was like a new Star Wars movie, right? Yeah, I've only watched the like a couple episodes of The Mandalorian. I didn't even finish the first season. Okay, here I am. What did I do last time? What did I do that worked? What did I do that actually got me somewhere? Did I jump off of here? Oh yeah, I think I did. Because now that passage is open to go through over here. Yes. That is the passage. You see one on Mercari, loose for $69, but I think it's regular Game Boy, not the GBC. Are there two versions? You're probably looking at like a bootleg repro, I would guess. I don't think there's two versions. Okay. Bean time. Okay, now if I'm lucky, I did things right, and we have a passageway to move forward. This is probably one of the harder dungeons in the game, like puzzle-wise. There's just like so much to keep track of in this dungeon. Okay, here I am. Here I am in a place. We already have that chest. Don't need to go there. Do I jump down? I'm scared to jump down. It looks like maybe there was no other way to get here. Okay, well, I did it. Oh, I really hope I'm not... Oh, this is new. This is new. Oh, before I go here, I think... Yeah. We unlock that. Now we don't have to do crazy shenanigans to get back here. It's open to show it's authentic. You're not too familiar with Game Boy games, though. Not your thing. So there's like two types of Game Boy Color releases. There are like backwards compatible releases, and there are ones that can only be played on the Game Boy Color. And the ones that are only on Game Boy Color, they're like the clear shell. They're like a green clear case. And the ones that are backwards compatible, they have the same exact form factor as the old Game Boy games, but the cartridges are black. Those are basically the two variations of GBC games. You'll link so whoever wanted it can look. Too good not to share. Authentic Nintendo Game Boy game. Is that their list? Too good not to share? Is that part of their the title of their listing? Because that's kind of silly. Okay, yeah, this one is black. Okay, maybe it is like that. I don't know if Brian's Journey is a backwards compatible one or not. Okay, what is that about? That seems deceptively simple to just step on those switches and have it be done. Oh, it's Mercari's generic line when you share their link. Okay, one more torch switch to find. So, yeah, which hole do I want to fall down through, north or south? I'm gonna try the north one since it's bigger. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I need to get back up there now, though. There's only a chest there, though. There's not a switch. Where could the switch be? $69 is a lot for that game, though. It's $48 loose on price charting. Oh, that is very different from what we were seeing on eBay. It sounds like maybe the eBay prices that we were seeing were complete in box. Oh, I landed in the right place, but I was silly and I walked off. Okay, let's try again. Is there a way out through here? No, I guess I have to go around. I hate how you have to keep like walking all the way around this dungeon for like every single puzzle. You have to like go all the way around. It's a little tedious. But I am a fan of like the mental energy required to do it. I enjoy when games require a lot of mental energy, I guess is the way to say it. Yep, you're correct. It's $139 complete in box. That makes sense. So yeah, a loose copy of A loose copy doesn't sound too terrible. Oh my god, it's just this? What the heck? Why do I want that? I don't want that. Okay, I'm gonna try to fall on one of these statues' heads now. So I don't know if you answered this already, but what games are you looking for at the Long Island Expo? I really don't know if I have any specific games that I'm looking for, but I'm definitely gonna look for a GunCon 2, and I'm definitely gonna look for magazines. Those are my big ticket items. Any games that I get will probably just be like impulse buys. Maybe I will look out for Quest Brian's Journey. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know of anything like specific that I'm really looking for. Okay, I see something now. I see that there's a block that I can destroy from across the way here. Well, I'm on their heads. What? It seems like there should be, like there's something for me to do over here, but maybe not. Okay, I need to figure out how to get across there, or how to, I don't know, how to destroy more of those blocks. Dang, you got rid of a GunCon 2 recently. Already had 2 of them. Oh no, I missed an opportunity. That's okay. I'm sure. I don't think they're too hard to come by, right? I mean, I know that they're. I see them on eBay pretty plentifully. Maybe I'll when I'm at the expo I will look for like Xbox 360 games. That might be fun. There's a couple 360 games that I would like to have in my collection. Hey Scully, we talking collecting games? We sure are. Welcome in, Scully. How are you doing? Thanks for joining. Yeah, we were just talking about how, well, I mentioned this to you last time you were in here, but I'm going to Long Island Retro Gaming Expo in, like, 1.5 weeks or so. And Optimus Magnum here was asking what I'm on the lookout for. There's a store near you that sells gaming mags and guides. Oh, that's awesome. What 360 games? One 360. Snowmans, thank you for reminding me to keep the belief up. I believe in something right now. I just don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm doing with this puzzle here. At least one 360 game that I really want to have is Lost Odyssey. That'd be a good one. You've been grabbing 360 games like crazy. What would you be looking for? Yeah, so Lost Odyssey is one. Maybe Eternal Sonata. That's a game that I remember like reading about and thinking that I wanted, but just not having money for it at the time. Alright, this is a kind of a crazy one, but oh my god, it's Pandalicia! Welcome in, Raiders. How is it going? Pandalicia, thank you so much for the raid. How is it going? How was your stream? You guys should definitely check out Pandalicia. Pandalicia is one of the few people in this world that is also streaming Alundra right now. Oh, and you were just playing it. Awesome. Good, you're in Magiskar. I think I liked Magiskar. How are you liking Magiskar? But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Space Robot Arm. I stream retro games of all genres, from NES to PS2. Usually, that's the Centroid, NES to PS2. And right now, if you're coming from Pandalicia's stream, you know what I'm playing. I'm playing Alundra. I am at the end. I think tonight might be the night. I still have hope, although it's taken longer than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was going to. Jash Only Simps, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm in the last dungeon right now. Welcome in, Kevbo. We came to see how this is done. Uh-oh. Oh my god, please don't pressure me like that. Thank you so much for that follow. Had you at retro, awesome. Tuffy, yeah, we did raid Pandalicia on Monday. That's right. Definitely a million times better than Reptile Lair. Yeah, I've been talking about Reptile Lair as like a maybe it's like a choke point for people playing Alundra. Maybe that's where people give up. Because I had this funny experience when I started playing this game. I had a lot of people come in to the stream and say things like, "Oh, Alundra was a really good game, but I never beat it." And when I got to Reptile Lair, I started to wonder if this was why. But no, I love this game a lot. I don't remember the last game I played that really captivated me the way Alundra does. Like, it is one of the few games I've played as an adult that makes me feel the way games made me feel as a kid. So if you guys ever get a chance to play it, I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. And it's very rough around the edges. Like, it's got a lot of jankiness to it. But it's, you know, the good stuff is worth chugging through the bad stuff for. Like the Reptile Lair, for example. Link to the Past, classic. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Zelda is my favorite video game series of all time. And actually, when I started playing Alundra, I actually had a community poll for what game to play next, and I had a bunch of Zelda-like games on there. It was between Alundra, Golden Axe Warrior for Sega Master System, and Newtopia for TurboGrafx 16. And Alundra kind of won by a landslide. But yeah, I'm interested in playing a lot of like Zelda clones now, because I haven't really explored too many Zelda-like games that are not Zelda. Dude, Reptilius Maximus is up there with Emerald Weapon. Wow, that's a bold statement. That's a bold statement. You might have to leave. You booked a vacation in October to see Panda Alundra conclusion. Hey, no worries. If you want it, if anybody needs to leave to avoid spoilers, I absolutely understand. The shit talk is grade A. You've always loved the Breath of Fire series and Xenogears. Okay, so Jash, those are two games that are on my list to play at sometime. I'm particularly really interested in Xenogears because of how insane it seems. Like I have a friend on Twitch who streamed it, and I watched a lot of it, and like every time I went in there, it was like a completely different game going on. And like I was so interested in it to the point where I wasn't like really following closely while they were streaming, just like picking up pieces here and there. But like I was so interested in it to the point where I like watched several hours worth of YouTube videos trying to explain the story, and I still don't understand what is going on in Xenogears. So someday I'll play it for myself, I think. And Kevbo, thank you so much for the follow. Scully, you have it, not played it yet, but all this reptile talk has you scared. Scully, it's worth it. If there's one thing that I can say about Alundra, it's that it was worth grinding through that reptile lair, because the best parts of the game are after the reptile lair, by far. And Specky, thank you so much for the host. You love Breath of Fire games? Nice. Oh, dude, it's one of them. It's one of them games ahead of its time. Xenogears. Yeah. You just have to play it. I've heard these things. Pandalisha, you beat Xenogears on stream in April. Cool. Very cool. How did you like it, Pandalisha? Oh, I just fell off a cliff. I was like, it's time to play the game. Let me just fall off a cliff. Heard Breath of Fire was super slow and so many encounters. Probably what I have heard about the first Breath of Fire is that it's really more of just like it's kind of like behind the times. It was kind of just like Capcom wanted to make a JRPG, so they just like followed all of the things that a JRPG is supposed to do, and it kind of looks like more like an NES game than a Super Nintendo game. So I think it's probably plays like an NES RPG, but this is not first-hand information. Do you plan on playing any Breath of Fire? Maybe someday. I do own the first one on Super Nintendo, and of course the second one is on like Switch Online, so I have easy access to it. So maybe someday. You loved Xenogears. You actually have an Ellie cosplay in the works due to be completed next month. Oh, that's so cool, Panda. Are you gonna wear that cosplay on stream? Because I would like to see it. That's impressive, Panda. You hear Xeno is so long. Yeah, that's another thing that I've seen about it. Breath of Fire 1 is a testament of the series. Interesting. Okay, so here's what's going on. There are these blocks across this cliff, and I can break a couple of them. Oh wait, I forgot that I have this charge for the flail. Does that get me anywhere? No, not at all. Yes, and you have to find a con to go to. Ah, very cool, very cool. Ah, I fell again. Yeah, we were actually talking a lot about Xenogears and Xenosaga and Xenoblade Chronicles on Monday over here, just because we got a bunch of people in the community playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 that just came out. But I have never played any of them firsthand. But I'm very interested. I'm especially interested because, like, the feeling that I get from Xenogears and the other Xeno games is that, this is somebody's like true passion project. Like, I imagine the person that wrote Xenogears has like stacks of notebooks going back to when they were like 14 years old, like crafting the world. And I mean, that's why it starts and it says like it's like episode 5, right? Or something like that. So I think that's so cool. I love self-indulgent things like that. That's also why I'm a big fan of prog rock. Scully, you were such a nerd, you went and bought them both anyway, even though they're on the Switch. Oh, I do that too for games that are really special to me, really important. I definitely go for the physical copy. I didn't get Breath of Fire 2 physical though, because actually the main reason. Okay, this is like a like super dumb reason to buy Breath of Fire 1, but the main reason I bought Breath of Fire 1 was so that I could say I have every US released Square game. Even though Square didn't develop Breath of Fire, they only published it. It's developed by Capcom. But now I have a complete North American Square collection. I just wanted to have like some kind of complete collection related to Super Nintendo. Oh yeah, Super Nintendo I mean though, not like the PS1 games. Snowman, Xenogears was your longest single game stream playthrough. That's what Alundra is for me right now. The music and vibe of those games is special. Yours was Dragon Quest XI. Ooh, that's another game that I want to play, Panda. You heard that's long. Yeah. Over 300 hours, wow. There's a 200+ hour podcast on just talking about Xenogears. Wow, Josh, that is wild. Somehow I don't doubt it though. Hey, Dr. Bowtie, husband and wife team created Xenogears story. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that bit. And thanks for that follow, Dr. Bowtie. And welcome in. It was funny you mentioned Lost Odyssey and Eternal Sonata. Eternal Sonata goes for pretty cheap if you want to grab it on eBay or something. Oh, really? For some reason, I was under the impression that the 360 version was expensive and the PS3 version was cheap. Or maybe it was vice versa. You just got Lost Odyssey last week. Very cool. Panda be lurking now, so you don't spoil gameplay, though. Happy to be here. Yeah, and thank you for the lurk, and thank you so much for the raid, Panda. I really appreciate it. It's great to see ya. Okay, so yeah, let's figure out what's going on here. You don't have Xenogears. It's kind of hard to find. Yeah, Xenogears is an expensive one too. But, you know, for games like that, where, you know, they're probably never going to re-release Xenogears officially. Oh, Optimus. PS3 is a more expensive version of Eternal Sonata. Ah, thank you for clearing that up, Optimus. If you're lucky enough to find a complete in-box copy of Xenogears, pick it up very quick. Yeah, for games like that are just, like, way up there in price, I really don't mind playing them by alternate means. I fully empower people to do that. What do I do here? How can I... Does the hunter bow, like, I know there's a charge shot for this bow, but I don't think it can break bricks. No, it cannot. Let's see, you got Eternal Sonata for $6 at GameStop. Oh wow. Was it a complete in box copy? That is very cheap. Yeah, so I think we were talking about this before the raid. So for anybody that came in with Pandalicia, I'm going to a retro gaming expo. The weekend after this coming weekend. I'm going to Long Island Retro Gaming Expo, and I was trying to think of, you know, just what I should be on the lookout for. One thing that I absolutely want to pick up is a GunCon 2, which is the light gun controller for PS2. I'm also on the lookout for magazines and game guides. And actually, for anybody that's new here, I have a channel point redeem for where I pull off a random, like, classic or vintage gaming magazine off the shelf and look through it on camera, and that's always a fun time. No, I have to find a case. Have to find yourself a case on eBay. Gotcha. Still though, that is pretty cheap. I can't imagine a case is that much, changes things that much. Oops, wrong way. And yeah, I was also talking about maybe I'll be on the lookout for some 360 games, because like collecting Xbox 360 games right now is kind of like collecting NES games 10 years ago, right? Now is the time, maybe. Nice, you have so many yourself. First 12 sealed mags of official PlayStation mag is your bay. Oh wow, that's awesome, Josh. Oh, especially like those have the demo discs, right? I guess maybe if you have them sealed, then you don't have the demo discs to play, but I always thought that was so cool that they had demo discs with those magazines. Did you ever go in the bottom right room? Oh, look at that. I didn't ever go on the... Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, I did. We did that. This is where the switch was that turned off the power beam thingy. That's why you were grabbing Xbox 360 games like crazy. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Some of them have memory card stickers included. Oh yeah, that is so cool. Very cool. They're cheap to grab now. Won't be that way in a few years. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if the 360 PS3 generation is gonna be quite like any of the generations before it when it comes to collectability, because like most of those games were available digitally. I mean, it's like the generation where the transition from physical to digital happened. Like, I feel I don't know. I don't know if there will be the same kind of nostalgia. Who knows? I'd love to be proved wrong though. True, you've been grabbing anything that interests you now because who knows what will happen. You bet PSP games will be even more expensive in a few years? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, I see that there's just a chest there, and I don't know how to get to it. Do I have... I don't have a key, but I don't know if there's a locked door around here. I kind of feel like this may not be the way to go. Yeah, it kind of seems like this is not the way to go. But what is the way to go? That's the question. Now, why does this exist? Why do these platforms here exist? They don't make the most sense to me. Man, no one thought any of these games were going to be high. It's gotten crazy. Well, you know... I don't know if anybody thought they were going to be this highly priced, but like there's some games that have always been very expensive. Nah, Tuffy, I don't want the answer. Thanks for the offer, but I'm determined to figure it out here. See, today you picked up a copy of Batten Kaitos and cleaned it up. Had a lot of stickers and residue, but it's looking great now. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Scully, I actually saw you tweet Batten Kaitos. That's really cool. That is a... I've always been interested in Batten Kaitos. Currently sitting at 237 Xbox 360 games. That is a lot. That is quite the Xbox 360 library, Optimus. Okay, I'm gonna go back towards... Yeah, back towards the way I came in from the east over here. See if I can see anything over there. Oh, what I was about to say was there are certain games that have always been like very highly priced compared to their contemporaries. Like Chrono Trigger was never cheap. Like even when it was like still pretty new, I remember looking at the price of Chrono Trigger in like the year 2000 or something and seeing that it was like $70 or $80 and being like, oh, well, I'm not gonna buy that. Okay, this is just a shortcut. Your second most is PS2 at 198. Wow. Valkyrie Profile. Is that a game? Another game that's always been expensive. Here we go. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Perhaps, just maybe, the final boss is past that door. Maybe. Make sure you save first. Thank you for the reminder. I was definitely planning to do that. Your buddy loves that game, Valkyrie Profile. Valkyrie Elysium in a few months. Yeah, that Valkyrie Elysium looks pretty interesting. What do you guys think about, like, of the games that you know of that are upcoming? What are you hyped for? Imagine finding a copy of Valkyrie Profile. I've never really been on the lookout for it. When it comes to collecting games, I mostly stick to the Nintendo consoles, to be honest. Like, basically because those are the consoles that I have the physical nostalgia for. Like, especially NES, Super NES, N64, and GameCube. Like, those are the main consoles that I, like, go out of my way to collect games for. Also Game Boy, to an extent. The games you're hyped for came out last week. Let me guess. Live Alive and Xenoblade Chronicles 3, right? Yeah, you're living it up right now then, Snowmans. I think Valkyrie Profile is coming to PS4 with the release of Elysium. Oh, has that been an official announcement, or are you speculating on that? Gotten pretty lucky at garage sales recently. Yeah, I know, Optimus, you're really on that garage sale grind, right? I am impressed with your garage sale skills. Tuffy, like 2008, you sold all your PS1 and 2 titles, then your pockets were light, and you weren't playing them anymore. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing. It's not uncommon to hear people do that. And lucky on Craigslist too. Yep. If you pre-order, you get one. You mean if you pre-order Valkyrie Elysium, you get Valkyrie Profile? Is that what we're talking about? Diofield Chronicles, Monochrome Mobius, Harvestella, Dragon Quest Treasures, everything you're looking forward to this year. Yes, the pre-order. Oh, that's really neat. I'm glad that they're doing that. And Tuffy, you are on you're on that Square Enix hype train, for sure. I'm interested in Harvestella. I think it looks like it has the potential to be really good. I also think it has the potential to be not so good. A lot of people like look at it and they're like, "Wow, this looks amazing." I kind of look at it and think, you know, it looks like it has the potential, but it also looks like it could go the other way and really just be like a game that they developed for mobile that just goes the way of like the Crystal Chronicles remake or something. You might pre-order it for that, TBH. That's a solid reason to pre-order a game. Like, usually I'm against pre-ordering games unless there's a real solid reason, but that's one of them. That's a good reason. Can't help that they're from Square. All right, what have we got? Is it a whole nother dungeon or is it a boss?
You dare to challenge me, little releaser? Fine. My bloodthirsty minions shall satisfy your death wish. Behold!
After Rune Factory 5, it looks pretty good potential-wise. It's a few months from now. You'll see more before then, yeah. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic about Harvestella. Okay. We got 5 holes in the floor. Whoa, we're floating up. Okay. We got a Dagron. It looks pretty ferocious. Okay, it's got really weird like whiskers on its head. That's a cool touch. I like it. Oh, listen to the noise it makes. It's pretty creepy. I guess I didn't come in here with full health, but I kind of figured we'll probably need more than one try. Maybe not though. I do have the strongest sword in the game. Let's see, Optimus. You know what game you're looking for? The Puppeteer on PS3. It's hard to find. That game is not ringing any bells. What is that about? Rune Factory 5 for Switch had issues, and a month after release they stated it's coming to PC, and it either had all the issues fixed or issues that can be modded. So the PC version is the way to go. Is that what you mean there? Going to be released separately as well, so you might wait. Not sold on Elysium and have the PSP version to hold you. Way better. It's disgusting. Might just be awesome to play it on the big screen. Oh yeah, I can see that. It's a platformer and kind of like Little Big Planet. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Puppeteer. Come on. I'm definitely going through my herbs pretty quick here. And I know this is not the actual final boss right now. It's a little concerning how quickly I'm going through my herbs. But if we have to try again, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we're already out of herbs. Oh, I missed him. Didn't help you entered with 10 HP, right. That's fine though, we're just testing the waters right now. There's been very few bosses in this game that I beat on the first try. Like... Ugh. It's really hard to avoid is fire. Okay, I guess we've got to use this. We've got to pop this. We've got time, right? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go late tonight. I mean, right around now is the time that I usually end, but you know, we're here. We're at the boss, so I'm gonna give it a few tries. Just saying, minus 27 HP to start means you went through everything faster. Yes, well, this is true. Don't know if you've already mentioned, but your couch is cool. Well, thank you very much, Scully. I'm glad you like the couch. It's actually a blanket that is just like being used as a couch cover. But yes, I love the I love this kind of design. It makes me feel very nostalgic. Late night gaming, exactly. Exactly. would really like to beat it tonight. I don't think the boss is going to be the bottleneck in beating it. I think the bottleneck was the dungeon, and we're past the dungeon now. Oh, I was hoping that I could hit it with my water beam thing there. His fire breath does a lot of damage. I like that he's staying on the ground now. Maybe this is like the next phase. Oh, nope, he's flying again. Couch immersion is ruined. Oh no, I shouldn't have said anything. Okay. Dragon dead. I mean, it does go across like the whole couch. All right, here we go. Alundra? Is that you? Burgess, no. You must sleep. You have to dream. If you don't, Alundra's life will be in grave danger. But Mom, I woke up because I heard the sound of Alundra's voice. You must have heard it too. Dear son, Alundra is not here. There's no way you could have heard his voice. Go to sleep, quickly now. Mother, I heard him too. I heard Alundra. Nestus, we don't have time for this. Alundra went to do battle with Melzus to save the lives of the people of this land. What? Alundra? Are you alright, Rumi? It's not my imagination. I really can hear him. Alundra. It's Alundra. With all due respect, Rumi, I think you and your children are still a little groggy. Ah. What's wrong? Alundra? What's going on? You aren't dreaming, and yet you can see and hear Alundra. Yes. I can see a light, small but strong. I think we succeeded. This must mean that our dreams and prayers reached Alundra's heart. Scully, thank you for the host. Oh, Alundra, please be careful. You must return to us. Alundra, you are brave. You are a boy no longer. You have grown into a strong, brave man. Even Melzus will not stand before you for long. I can just feel it. Alundra, I know you will fight through the obstacles in your path. Be strong. Jess is looking down upon you and smiling, Alundra. He knows you shall deliver us from evil. Hey, you. Don't doubt yourself. I believe in you. My prayers and heart are with you. Please take strength from that. I'll picture items in my mind and try to send them to you. The long night has at last come to an end. You are the sun, releaser. Alundra, can you hear our voices and our prayers? If we can hear his voice, he must be able to hear ours. Alundra, promise me you'll come back to us. Promise. No way Melzus can beat Alundra. He's too strong and too cool. Alundra, I know you can do it. You must emerge victorious. I'm counting on your skill. You've risked your life to fight for ours. If anyone deserves our adulation, it's you, Alundra. For you are truly a deliverer from our dark, cold night. Oh, Alundra, my heart is filled with regret. I should have gone with you, even though you did not want me to risk my life. Now I can only wait here to see if you live or die. Oh, Alundra, for my sake you must live. Alundra hears and feels the voices of his friends in their prayers. The thoughts of the united villagers heal Alundra's wounded body and refreshes his soul. Physical strength has been fully restored. Magic power is fully restored. Received a strength elixir. That's good.
Why do you defer the fate that awaits you, boy? Submit to destiny and free your soul. For no matter how many tears you cry, or how desperately you beg for mercy, you shall perish.
Okay, final boss, part 2. Scully, I love the 80s retro style too. Damn, an elixir too, they must like you. Maybe they felt bad for overcharging you all this time, maybe. Maybe that was it, Tuffy. So that scene where, you know, the villagers are praying for Alundra, that felt so much like Earthbound, which is weird. Like, Earthbound is another one of those games that had like a really profound impact on me, and like I don't think that Alundra feels the same as Earthbound, or FF4. That's true. That's true about FF4. But I mean, you know, when I was saying, you know, it's a game that like really captivated me. Like, Earthbound is another game that really captivated me. Okay, before I attempt this boss part 2, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I hate to break up the momentum here, but I'd rather do it now than later. So I'll BRB. Okay, I'm back. Alright, thanks for hanging in there, everyone. Okay, let's do it. So we got 4 copies. So I guess we probably gotta figure out which one is the real one. I feel like there was a boss early in the game that had this kind of mechanic. The figure out the true one mechanic. That fire really scares me. This one came up first. Don't know if that means he's the true one or not. That fire needs to dissipate and not hit me. Whoa! 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 Oh, he finally hit me. I somehow dodged 2 of those. I don't know if I'm hitting him or not. Oh, I think I saw a yellow flash on that one. This is just like... So the final boss of 3D Dot Game Heroes had this mechanic. That's probably what I'm thinking of. So there's been at least 2 things in 3D Dot Game Heroes that seem like they could have been Alundra references, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, I think I got the real one once that time. Oh no. Whoa. I just died to that? Like, completely died to that? Wow. Damn, that hits hard? Yes. It sure did. Oh. Hit for at least 10. I know, right? I still can't tell how to figure out who's the real one. I feel like I'm just randomly choosing now. I'm getting lucky. I do think the real one is flashing yellow instead of blue when I hit him. Yeah, and I'm definitely not imagining that. Oh, shoot. I feel like I have to use this now. There we go, I think I got him. I do have work in the morning, Scully, but, you know, we have to see this through. It doesn't matter. I have 2 kids, so I'm like tired all the time anyways. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, we gotta heal. Gotta heal. Seems like these things that are chasing me around are getting faster. Okay, I can, like, pause them? Oh, I can kill them, and they drop health! I mean, it only dropped, like, one piece of health. Oof. Wow. I survived with exactly 1 hit point left. That's just money. Don't need money. You have the next 3 days off. You're gonna be grinding out Lunar. Ooh, nice. Which version of Lunar are you playing? The PlayStation version? I played the Sega CD version of Lunar, and I really, really liked it. But I've never played the PS1 version, and you know, I have some friends that have streamed it, and whenever I've gone in and like watched people, oh no. Well, there we go. Where's there? The death counter finally gets an addition. The gamer spirit is in you. That's true. Yeah, the PS1 version. The PS1 version looks really good also. But the thing that's interesting is like I've watched. Yeah, even though I've played the Sega CD version, whenever I see anybody playing the PS1 version, like it's so different. Like I can't even tell where they are in the game, which I think is really interesting. There's I mean, the Sega CD version has a really nice vibe to it. You've never had a Sega, don't know anything about them, but they seem cool. Yeah, I had Genesis growing up. I didn't have the Sega CD growing up though. Top that HP off. That yeah, I was gonna do that, Tuffy. We're going to do that. We're going to top off everything. I think I have the items topped off, right? Oh, I'm short 1 herb. The PSP version is even wackier. What's different in the PSP version? I actually didn't know there was a PSP version until like a couple days ago. Somebody was talking about it. You gonna buy something or just stand there looking stupid? I'm here for buying. Well, thank you kindly. Okay. Does that top me off? Yeah. Okay, we're filled up. We're fully filled up. We'll go save again. And then we'll try it again. I guess I probably have to fight the dragon again. But that's fine. We'll do better at the dragon this time. Alright, we need to save again, so that I don't need to do that if I inevitably need a round 3. Yeah, I really want to play Lunar Eternal Blue also, and I think I'll probably play the Sega CD version of that when I get around to it. Just because I played the Sega CD version of the first one. But I think the PS1 version also looks really good. I think there's much fewer differences between the PS1 and Sega CD version of Lunar 2. Okay, here we go. Down the well. Alright, dragon fight. Let's go. I do wish that I could hop back into this fight more quickly. Alright, we get to see some very pretty pixel art cutscenes again. You know what this reminds me of? Like, this scene right here where, like, the floor gives out. It looks so much like the place where you have the final battle in Ys Books 1 and 2. Like, right here. Right here. It looks just like the final battlefield for Ys Book 1 and 2. And Ys was such a great game. I need to play Ys 3 and potentially Ys 4 on stream at some point. Since I got my Mister, I have contemplated selling my my PC Engine. Cause like PC Engine is a console that I only bought for like when the ODE came out for it. I've never had a PC Engine or TurboGrafx collection, but I don't know. I'm hesitant about it. There's still something cool about playing on original hardware, even as good as Mister is. I wonder if using the dash here is a reasonable strategy. I feel like it just takes so long for the dash to do anything. I should equip my herbs so that I don't accidentally use like my strongest healing item. There we go. I wish I could spam hits on this dragon too. I wish I didn't have to do hits one at a time. You know what? I was talking about like seeing 3D Dot Game Heroes stuff in this game, and the dragon from 3D Dot Game Heroes seems really similar to this dragon. Like, it's got a very similar moveset. I feel like there was absolutely a Alundra influence in 3D Dot Game Heroes. I never did really like look at like a comprehensive list of all of the Easter eggs and stuff in 3D Dot Game Heroes. I should do that and see if they ever like specifically called out Alundra. Oh, you know what? I do actually need to use my strength elixir before this fight is over, so that I can maximize when I get the free one. And doing the dash didn't do anything for me there. Oh yeah, look at this, I mastered... Oh, nope, I did not master it. I merely did it a few times. The, like, dash into another dash. Whew! I just barely survived that one. Dash is not helping me avoid that attack. I guess I'm just not good at like doing the continuous dash. I like how this dragon has 4 wings too. It makes it look very, very alien. The 4 wings combined with like the weird whiskers slash antenna that it has, it gives it a real spooky look. Okay, stop breathing fire and let me hit you, please. There we go. I don't know how to avoid that. Like if I'm in the middle when he spits his fire at me, there's just no way to avoid it. Maybe with dashing, but it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like the intended way. I don't know. See, I was even mid-dash there and I couldn't avoid it. But we got here and we have a lot more resources than we did the first time. So it's looking up. It's looking up. Okay, this cutscene is very long though, and they're basically like, Alundra, is that you? Can I hear you? I'm not gonna read all the text again. Basically what's happening, in case anybody is in here that didn't see the first time around, is the townsfolk are having like a shared dream to provide their power to Alundra, to give their power to Alundra. So they're kind of like praying for him, essentially. And here they can like hear his voice. They all say they can hear his voice even though he's not here. So they think that their prayers are working. So they're just like praying harder now. They stopped dreaming. They all woke up and they're saying, Alundra, you can do it. We believe in you. That's what's happening. I think we succeeded. Yeah, that's what I said. So I'm you know, I really think that we're gonna get there tonight. I really think this is gonna be the actual finale, since we're, you know, this is only attempt number 2 at the boss, and it seemed to go okay. Seemed to go okay last time. We have more resources now than we did before. So, assuming that I beat Alundra tonight, my next stream will be next Monday, and I'll start Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, which is going to be like such a wildly different game than anything I've streamed before. And the goal is gonna be to play through, I think there's a main story of that. If I'm wrong about that, then maybe I'll only play it for one stream, but I think there's like a campaign that you can play through. Scully, sorry you had to do something at work. You fired up the PSP version out of curiosity, and it had a completely different intro that made no sense. Oh, interesting. See, I don't know what the intro... I'm not sure if I know what the PS1 intro looks like. There's a really badass song in the Sega CD intro, though. I know that. And I know that it's different than the intro to PS1. Now I kind of want to look it up. Okay, you know what I should do to conserve resources here is only use the strength elixir and the water spell to heal during the dragon fight. If I have to do the dragon fight again, that's what I'll do. The song in the PS1 intro gets stuck in your head all the time. They're both good songs, I think. They're both very good. Honestly, maybe the PS1 intro song is better. Oh, I knew that this was the real one because he was the one doing the attack. Let's see if I can figure out who the real one is from that. I don't see how I'm supposed to know who the real one is. Other than the fact that the real one does the beam attack. Don't hurt me, fire. I'm not sure if I can just like stand in the same place and not get hurt by the fire, or if it changes like which direction it spits them out in. Oof. Wow, I died there and used the Wonder Essence. Seems like I'm always safe from fire in the corner. I don't know how true that actually is. And it also seems like if the fire actually comes out, that means I have not hit the real one. Kind of want to YouTube it just to see what the differences are. Yeah, I'm interested in that too. I feel like there's so many differences with the Sega CD version though. Jash. Oh, hey, look at that. You're still here lurking. I appreciate your lurk, Jash. Great to have you. Oh, God. Usually, when there's a mechanic like this, with a boss like this, it's like whichever one appears first is the real one. Or like there's some difference in how they look and act, but I'm not seeing it with these guys. Oh shoot, I need to run away from that electric beam thing. No! Ah, I screwed that up really bad. I could have healed, but I didn't. Playing FF14 at the moment, very cool. I've played a bit of Final Fantasy 14. I've only played through A Realm Reborn, like the first time you see credits. That's as far as I got. And I know that the game gets really good, like later with the expansions, but man, A Realm Reborn was just like way too much of a fetch quest grind. It kind of like just sucked out my soul. So someday I do want to go back and play the expansions though, because I've watched people play the expansions and they look really good. Like what I've seen from the later gameplay is like, or the storyline is like just beautiful. ARR takes forever. You never got to the end. Oh yeah. Yeah, I did get to the end, and I'm counting that as me completing FF14 on my mainline Final Fantasy checklist. Although, it does seem like the expansions are worth playing. Maybe someday. I have too many single-player games to play, though, now. You're in Stormblood. Heavensward was so freaking good. It does get better. Yeah, I like I said, I know that it gets better. Like I have full faith that it gets better. It's just that like after A Realm Reborn, there's also like the patch content between ARR and Heavensward, and that was just like the patch content was like more of the same of ARR. And somebody told me that it takes just as long to do the patch content as it does to play through the main game. So I decided to put it on the back burner. Yep, they all have patches. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to use our water scroll. I wonder if they'll give me a magic elixir if I have used my magic elixir also. This might be worth testing. That's how you feel about it too? You'll get to it after the rest of your backlog. You know, I have a goal of being able to say that I've beaten every mainline Final Fantasy game, and for me that includes the MMOs. And you know, I'm happy to check off FF14 with just having beaten The Realm Reborn, but I also want to be able to say that for FF11 someday. And I don't know how I'm going to do that. Like, I think you need to play with people for that game. I just need to find enough people with the same crazy goal. Only FF games you haven't beat are 9, 12, and 15. That's funny, Josh. Those are the exact games that I haven't beaten, except, you know, include 5 and 11. So 5, 11, 9, 12, and 15. And like, every time I say that I haven't beaten Final Fantasy 9, people get upset at me. And I like understand that it's a great game. And I got really far in Final Fantasy 9 when I was in like 8th grade. I think I almost got to the last boss, but then for whatever reason I never actually finished it. I don't remember a whole lot of the story. At least you can do dungeons in 14 on your own now. You're slow, so you prefer to do that stuff alone and not bring a team down. I can understand that. You know, for me, I kind of don't like that. It seems like it almost seems like it is just a single player game where every now and then you see people walking by you. Like, I played World of Warcraft vanilla, and in that game, like, to do a dungeon, it took so much effort, and you had to like just to like get into the dungeon, it took so much effort and like coordination with other players, and I just really loved that aspect. And like nowadays MMOs, they all have queues to get to dungeons, and they're all like so streamlined, and it really just doesn't feel like I'm playing a multiplayer game, unfortunately. So I'm kind of like just not into modern MMOs really. But, you know, I'll make an exception for Final Fantasy XIV, of course. You were never into 9, to be honest. Nothing against it. Believe it. You were into other upcoming JRPGs. That's fair. That's fair. 9 has one of the most passionate fan bases of all the Final Fantasy games, though. That's one thing I've noticed. True, but you don't care for MMOs anyway. Yeah, I got you there. I hear you there. I mean, I don't care for for many multiplayer games these days. It's been a while since I've enjoyed a multiplayer game at all, really. Seven, 8, and Tactics were your most sentimental. For me, FF7 is by far my favorite. I do like 8 a lot. I've actually never played Final Fantasy Tactics, though. That one is still on my to-do list. Oh yeah, we were going to try seeing if they'll give me a magic elixir, in addition to that strength elixir. This fire hurts me so much, it's crazy. You love Tactics, Scully? I hear nothing but praise for Tactics. I will definitely play Final Fantasy Tactics one of these days. Okay, we got through it. Tactics is a masterpiece. That's what I hear. I know it's like it's a lot of people's #1 favorite Final Fantasy game, I think. I'm actually playing through 7 off stream right now. It started out as a playthrough with my wife. I was really excited that I convinced her to play a story-based game with me, like especially in Final Fantasy 7 of all of them. And she started out really into it, and then we got past Calm, and the story started getting a lot more complex, and it kind of lost her. So now I'm just finishing the playthrough by myself, but I'm glad she at least gave it a try. My wife is not too much of a gamer, but she does have a few PS1 games that she has childhood nostalgia for that she really loves, mostly the Crash series and Spyro and stuff like that, and Tomb Raider. Let's see, there's rumors of a new one buzzing around lately. Oh, it seems to me like was it Diofield? It seemed like Diofield was that. I'd be surprised if they made a new Final Fantasy Tactics, because it looks like they're just putting that style of game into non-Final Fantasy branded games now, because they also had Triangle Strategy. The lore alone is top tier. Is there a reason that you haven't played Final Fantasy 12, Josh? I'm interested because I know that takes place in the same world as Final Fantasy Tactics. Nice. Off stream, you're playing 10 over and 6 over. So actually, I think my top 3 Final Fantasy games are 7, 6, and 10. So those are some good ones to be playing, Josh. Tuffy, you still got your fingers crossed on a remaster this year. FF Tactics is having its 25th anniversary this past June. There were a list of games rumored for remasters, and FFT was the only one on it that hasn't happened. Oh, I didn't know that. Scully, you were playing Donkey Kong 64 last night and some Banjo-Tooie. That's interesting. So I'm a big fan of the Donkey Kong Country series. But I've never beaten Donkey Kong 64. I just that one is very hard for me to get into. You'd love if they just put the HD 2D remake style to it and keep it original. Yeah, I think that's what they should do for all remakes of 16-bit and earlier games. Basically of all 2D all their 2D games. If they're going to remake them in the modern day, they should use the HD 2D engine. It's beautiful. Triangle Strategy was amazing. Triangle Strategy is very good. And these are things I've heard, yes. Josh, you've not gotten to 12 due to being a tournament fighting gamer at the times. Oh, okay, interesting. You'll find that list and put it on Discord. Oh yeah, that'd be cool, Tuffy. I'd like to check that out. Are you a DK64 hater? I don't want to say that I'm a DK64 hater, but I'm not a DK64 liker. I'll say that. I don't know. I was very hyped for Donkey Kong 64 because, you know, I loved a lot of the transitions to 3D that they did from 2D games on the N64. But I just feel like DK64 really missed the mark. It just feels like so slow and grindy, and yeah, it just never did it for me. And like Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, those are like 3 of my favorite games ever made. Backlog has been building for years. I understand, Josh. I understand this feeling. Lots of people hate it. Yeah, that is true. You know, there's a really funny factoid about DK64. You know how DK64 requires the expansion pack for the N64? The reason for that is not because they used it to make the graphics nicer or anything like that. The reason for the expansion pack requirement is because the game has a memory leak that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the memory leak bug in time for release, so they just slapped the expansion pack required on it. I always thought that was hilarious. Okay, I need to pay attention to whether or not I get a magic elixir. No, they did not give me a magic elixir. Okay. Now I know. There were only a handful of games you liked on the 64, sadly. There's a lot of N64 games that I like, but it's like, but I understand that. Like the N64 library is small, especially compared to the PS1 library. There's probably not as many great N64 games as there are great PS1 games. Converted to PlayStation fanboy day one PS1 was released. Oh wow. That is on the ground floor. Yeah, I was still a diehard Nintendo up through actually the first generation where I wasn't like Nintendo only, and I mean mostly this is because I was a kid and a poor college student at the time. Well, yeah, the first generation where I had like multiple consoles was Wii 360, PS3 generation. I should definitely stay at the top, shouldn't I? Because his like other configuration only ever spawns at the top. And I can really only hit 2 at a time when he's doing his like 4-way split. So I should just always go for the top row. I think I'm doing a good amount of damage here. You remember your mother surprised you with it after school one day, and she said, "Do your chores first," and never ran so fast to finish them. Oh, that's a fun memory, Josh. I love hearing people's personal nostalgia stories with video games. It feels so warm and cozy. Oh no! Whew. That's a nice mom, indeed, indeed. Well said, Scully. I need to like keep my health up so that I don't get caught off guard again by the laser beam. Seems like I'm getting a lot of hits in here. I'm getting hits in on pretty much every time he appears. Scully, you only liked a few of them too, Josh. Paper Mario, the Zelda games, and Banjo-Kazooie games. Yeah, your mom's was somewhat of a gamer too. In the 70s, she used to jam out at the arcades often, introduce you to NES and SNES the same way. Oh, that's so cool, Josh. You know, when I was a little kid, I used to like beg my mom to play video games with me, and she never wanted to. So I envy that. Oh, and DK64. So I think the heavy hitters on Nintendo 64 are, yeah, the Zelda games for sure. I mean, Ocarina of Time is my #1 favorite game ever. Super Mario 64, I think is amazing. Oh no. Whew. Need to get that health back up. Those are probably the best two, in my opinion. And then, like, Wave Race 64 is great. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Whew, I didn't get hit, at least. Pilot Wings 64, very good. Obviously, Mario Kart 64. Pokemon Snap. Pokemon Snap is a great game. Tuffy says GoldenEye. So I missed out on GoldenEye, actually. I own a cart of it now. But I never played it in its heyday, sadly. But oh.
You! How dare you seek to humiliate me in my own sanctuary? For your defiance, you shall drink of the bitter cup of desolation I have prepared, insolent one.
Alright, something's happening. Next form. Okay, where are we at on health? Okay, it's a hand boss. He's got hands. Okay, let me catch up on chat before we start this off. Day she brought home the SNES with Zelda: Link to the Past. She had to beat it first before letting you play. 3 days later, you got to touch it. Oh wow, that's fun though. Pokemon Stadium, of course. GoldenEye was a lot better if you had buddies. True, I know that. Oh, Jet Force Gemini is an N64 game that I love a lot. And Star Fox 64. That's very cool. My dad played SNES with me, but he grew out of it and didn't continue interest in games. Oh, that's sad, Scully. Switching to the top was a good choice. Yeah, I see that. Okay, what do we have? We have eyeballs, we have hands. The hands grab me. We also have a brain. Okay, I already just, like, died and used the whatchamacallit. Okay, I think the eyeball didn't do anything. Okay, I did some damage to a hand. Do I need to attack the hands? Attacking the eyeballs doesn't do anything, it seems like. Probably I just have to keep moving to not get grabbed by a hand. Okay, we did some hand damage. Some hands were damaged. South Park on 64 was a good game too. I never played that. I've never been much of a South Park fan. It's just South Park humor doesn't do it for me. Oh no. Damn, that's a hell of a drop, right? Although you don't take fall damage in this game. Oh, did I destroy a hand already? Interesting. I'm gonna heal here for good measure. Oh, I even did some damage to the hand with that. That's good. You can stop him from dropping you too high. I'm not sure. It does seem like sometimes he drops me from lower. It seemed like I could get out of his grip, but I'm not entirely sure if I'm imagining that or not. Oh. Oh, the hand respawned. Oh, look, I can just directly attack the brain. This is what I need to do, I think. Well, all my healing is pretty much used up here. Oh, I ran into the eyeball. That was dumb. Oh, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I didn't even stand a chance. Okay, well, I think if I was like attacking the head first, that would have gone a lot better. The high drop is like 20 health. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, one thing that really bothers me in this game is like you can die to hits that like you can die when the low life alarm is not going off. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the beeping when your life is low. I mean, that beeping happens, I guess it depends on how many life vessels you have, right? What your maximum life total is, but I feel like there shouldn't be attacks that do more damage than can kill you if your alarm is not going off. Because otherwise, what's the point of the alarm? Yeah, but I can't imagine that the alarm goes off at 20 even if you had 50 HP. Well, there's also the fact that like Working Designs made the game way harder when they localized it. So maybe when when Matrix Software developed this game, they did have it like that so that the alarm would go off when you were at 10, which does seem reasonable. Okay, but I think I have a better resource management plan now. I know for a fact that I don't get my I know that I don't get a magic elixir back. I do get my magic back, though. That's important to remember. So I do still want to heal using the water spell for the dragon fight. But I don't want to use my magic elixir quite yet. If I have to. Oh yeah, I could dodge that by jumping over it. Interesting. I just noticed that. Oh, come on. I don't know how I could have avoided that. Each pass has been better than the last, so hopefully by that logic you'll win this time. I like your thinking, Tuffy. Gotta believe. But no, yeah, I do think if I had known to just attack the head from the get-go, I like spent too much time just trying to attack the hands. If I had known to attack the head, I think it, you know, maybe I would have beaten him that time. The dragon sounds like Kraid from Super Metroid when it gets hit. You're right. It does sound like that, doesn't it? It's a really creepy sound. I like it. I like the dragon sound effect. Oh, look at that. I figured out that I can jump. Ah, fire! That fire does a lot of damage. Ugh! Escape from the fire, please. You know what? I should probably be like counting how many hits it takes because I want to make sure that I don't want to save these heals until I don't need them anymore, you know? I want to make sure I use at least these 3 heals before I beat the dragon. I don't know if jumping does anything, but it makes me feel better. It makes me feel better when I jump while the fire is chasing me. I wonder if I can cast a spell after he starts exploding. So if I do still have any magic left, I can kind of top off my health with it. I'm not sure how much health these actually, that the water spell heals. I haven't paid good enough attention. It's probably at least this much though. Yeah. That didn't heal me all the way, but it healed me quite a bit. Ugh. I wish these phases didn't take so long. Especially the dragon phase. I feel like now that I have the strategy down for phase 2, I feel like it's not so bad. But the dragon phase requires a lot of mental energy. Like I have to be constantly paying attention to everything that's going on. Whereas with his phase 2, by phase 2 I mean like when we're fighting Melzos instead of the dragon. Like dragon is phase 1, right? That one seems like I can do it a little bit more on autopilot. Okay, now we have the cutscene again. Alundra, is that you? Burgess, no, you must sleep. You have to dream. If you don't, Alundra's life will be in grave danger. But Mom, I woke up because I heard the sound of Alundra's voice. You must have heard it too. Dear son, Alundra's not here. There's no chance you could have heard his voice. Now go to sleep, quickly. But Mother, I heard him too. I heard Alundra. Nestus, we don't have time for this. Alundra went to do battle with Melzos to save the lives of the people of this land. What? Alundra? Are you alright, Rumi? It's not my imagination. I really can hear him, Alundra. With all due respect, Rumi, I think you and your children are a little groggy. Ah. What's wrong? Alundra? What's going on? You aren't dreaming. Ah, yes, I can see a light. Small but strong. I think we succeeded. This must mean that our prayers helped Alundra. Oh, Alundra, please be careful. Alundra, you are a boy no longer. You have grown into a strong, brave man. Even Melzos will not stand before you for long. Alundra, I know you will fight through your obstacles in your path. Be strong. Just as looking down upon you, smiling, Alundra. Hey, you, don't doubt yourself. I believe in you. My prayers and my heart are with you. I'll picture items in my mind and try to send them to you. The long night has come to an end. You are the sun, releaser. Alundra, can you hear our voices and our prayers? If we can hear his voice, he must be able to hear ours. Alundra, promise you'll come back to us. Promise. No way Melzos can beat Alundra. Alundra, I know you can do it. You must emerge victorious. I'm counting on your skill. You've risked your life to fight for Oz. If anyone deserves our adulation, it's you, Alundra. For you are truly a deliverer from our something. Oh, Alundra, my heart is filled with regret. I should have gone with you, even though you did not want me to risk my life. Now I can only wait here to see if you live or die. Oh, Alundra. Okay. Alundra hears and feels the voices of his friends and their prayers. Hey, I hate to say it, but I think if we don't get it this time, I'm gonna have to call it for the night, and Monday will be the true finale. So let's hope we can do it this time. Why do you defer the fate, boy? Yeah, missed what he said. Oh, is that the true one was actually not on the top row? First time in a while that that's been the case. We got hit hard. Ah, give me health. Why do you give me money? I don't need money. Did I just die? Oh, we had the, whatchamacallit. The Wonder Essence. Wonder Essence healed me. Money at that point is a slap in the face. HP or nothing at this point, jeez. I feel the same, Tuffy. I feel the same. Whew! We got him before he zapped me. That zap is so scary. Got zapped. No! I don't know if I hit him even. I wish I knew how to tell who the right one to hit is. I still haven't seen any kind of pattern to pick up on for that. Whew, got him. Health. Oh, it didn't. It just disappeared. Didn't give me anything. Whoops. Oops. Oh my God. Well. Dang. Dang indeed. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to call it there. So close. I only had 4 tries at him. It takes so long to do. Sniped indeed. Well, onwards to Monday for the final finale. Indeed, indeed. Well, thanks everyone for hanging out with me for this. Man, so close. I can't believe that it didn't get there. That zap is just insane. And so is when he drops me down from so high up. But Monday will be the day. Monday will be the day. All right, let's figure out where we can send the love on to. Nearly all of the hits, really. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Man, it's a. I mean, it's a strong final battle. It's I understand. It's up there. Let's see. What is Let's I'm thinking. Strength for Life is streaming right now. Strength for Life is a really cool guy. He's been in here a few times, hanging out. He plays retro stuff. He also collects retro games. Very good place to hang out. So we're gonna raid Strength for Life. How do I spell his name though? There we go. So yeah, once again, thanks everyone for hanging out. Please give Strength a follow if you like it over there, and I think you will. Monday we'll be back, and we'll beat this game for real. I hope. No, we definitely will. Snowmans, thank you for hanging out. Alright, bye everyone. Have a good night.